here, and we're going to start off the weekend with a beautiful Porsche GT3 Cup here already on the start grid. We have a driver's parade right now. All of the cars lined up, all of the drivers happy and smiling. That is good news. So we're going to be a little multilingual to this weekend. Obviously, we have to cover the Latvian fans and the English ones as well. So wherever you're joining us on YouTube, Facebook, on TV4, welcome once again. Nu, ko, dāmas un kungi, esat sveicināti DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 sezonas starts pirmais posms šeit Biķernieku trasē Rīgā, Latvijā. Un es domāju, nav vēl skaistāk un brīnišķīgāk veidi, kā iesākt skaistu nedēļas nogalu, un tāpēc aicināšu šeit priekšā burvīgo, brīnišķīgo Santu, un viņa mums nodziedās Latvijas himnu. Sagaidām!
Dievs svētī Latviju, mūs dārgo Teviju, svētīja Latviju, ak svētīja to. Dievs svētī Latviju, mūs dārgo Teviju, svētīja Latviju, ak svētīja to, kur Latviju meitas dzied, kur Latviju dēli dzied, laid mūs tur, lai mediet mūs Latvijā. Kur Latviju meitas dzied, kur Latviju dēli dzied, laid mūs tur, lai mediet mūs Latvijā.
Thank you very much, Santa. Paldies, Santai. Fantastisks sākums sacensībā. Nu, tātad, kā jau teicu, DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 aiziet. Pirmie trasē dosies Porsche GT3 kausa izcīņu ar ļoti jaudīgām mašīnām un ļoti daudziem pārsteigumiem. Tā skaitā ar čali, kurš pirmo reizi startē autosporta sacīkstēs ar tādu automašīnu un uzreiz startēs no pole position. Bet to mēs tūlīt visu noskaidrosim. Tagad laižam parādus braucienā skaistajā Biķernieku trasē, un tad jau sāksies gonka. So, as I said, welcome once again to the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 season opener, and the parade is starting, and the first cars are in the racetrack. We will start off the season with the first race of the Porsche GT3 Cup, and obviously followed by many very powerful cars, also from the Baltic Touring Car Championship, the BMW 325 Cup. Also, we'll see some formulas, historics, and obviously a full day packed tomorrow with a lot of races to do. But I'm handing over the microphone to my colleagues, commentators in the booth. And that's the one and only, the legendary Tomas Vabame. Thomas, if you can hear me, let's have a good weekend and see you out there in the racetrack. Un, protams, arī sveiciens Artūram Virbulim. Viņš šodien būs galvenais komentētājs. Pieslēgšos viņam pastarpināt sacensību vidū. Bet šāja vaļā būs super jaudīga nedēļas nogala. Aiziet!
Good morning, everybody, from this beautiful racetrack of Biķernieki in Riga. We have gorgeous weather here in Latvia. Although it's not that warm in Baltics, the late spring, late April, early May, you can't know what you get. Today we have get lots of sunshine, but the day is rather cool, just 5 degrees, so the temperature outside. But the competition will be hot, I'm sure. We will have 2 days full of racing. Today we will have 7 sprint races until the lunch, and then 6-hour endurance race after the lunch. The first racing start will be for Porsches, actually. Porsche Carrera Sprint Challenge North European Zone. Anyway, Porsche Carrera GT3 Cup cars, there are 16 of them, so it's very good field. We will show you them closer when they will take their grids. That is first race which starts at 10 o'clock, then the second race at 10:40 for BTC 1, 2, 3 classes and V1600. Third race will be another cherry on the cake. Starts at 11:15 and the track will be occupied by 36 BMW 325 Cup cars. Then at noon at 12:00 Porsches will go onto the track for their second race, which will be followed by historic single-seaters. Formula Historic, they start their race one at 12:40 and it's their sole race for today. Formulas will race another time tomorrow. And single-seaters will be followed by a second race for PTC 1, 2, 3 and the 1600 cars. And the final sprint race of the day will be for BMWs at 13:55. Then we will have a lunch break, and at 3 o'clock, 15:00, the start will be given for Baltic Endurance Championship 6-hour race. So that's the schedule for today. Of course, we will have after endurance race, we will have a awards ceremony, except Porsche drivers will be given their prizes directly after their races, after race 1 and after race 2. So that's about today's schedule, and you can see the cars on their parade laps. This is Raivis Meiland's car number 881, BMW 116. The new for this year class, actually it's kind of subclass for E1600. Many different cars, as you can see, but talking about Porsches, we really, this Porsche NEZ series have really taken off this year. We have 16 cars on the grid and 11 of them are new 992 generation cars. You can see one of them, actually many of them, on the back straight between hospital and cinema turns. There is camera car also on the track. So yes, they are parade laps, and this is number 77, Thomas Padovani, one of the favorites maybe, but I will talk about this a little bit later. Lots of different kinds of cars, lots of different classes. It may be a little bit difficult to understand and to make the difference who is driving who. BTC 1, 2, 3 and V1600, there are actually 4 or even 5 classes how you look at them on the track, and they have quite a different speed also. But it's a part of the game. You have to be good. So Porsches are now returning from their parade laps, and they're going to take their places on the preliminary grid already. We still have some time because their start is scheduled for 10 o'clock. There is still 19 minutes to go. But this car number 92 is the poleman, Kaius Sixnelis, who yesterday took the pole. And we can give over to Oskars.
Ko, dāmas un kungi, esam uz starta grīda, tūlīt pirmais brauciens iesvaļā, un kā jau Artūrs teica, Porsche GT3 kausa izcīņas pirmais brauciens. Apbalvosim, starp citu, pēc katra iebrauciena, tā kā būs varēni interesanti. Bet šojam vaļā. Tūlīt parunāsim ar cilvēku, kurš pirmo reizi sēž salona automašīnā, aizvedījis pamatīgi labu karjeru kartingā un tagad izcīnījis pirmo starta pozīciju šajā kvalifikācijas braucienā Porsche ieskaitē. So, we're gonna head off with the Baltic Championship, the Northern European Championship, and the races here in Bitternik Racetrack. The DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is about to start, and the first cars on the grid are the Porsche GT3 Cup. And what a fantastic start it has been for this guy over here, the car number 92. Ladies and gentlemen, the debut in the Porsche GT3 Cup. And not only in this class, but in a car. He's been racing in karting for many years. He's been very successful in the category. And now he is in the pole position of this race. From Lithuania, it's Kājus Siksnelis. I wish we would have a chance to have a chat with him before the start of the race. He looks ready. The team manager is working also on his seat belts, adjusting everything, should be ready for the race, and then we'll see. We have plenty of cars on the start grid. Total of 16 Porsches are ready to rock and roll here in beautiful Bitternik Racetrack. Kājus is focused. You can tell by his eyes and his attitude that he's ready to race and prove that he's fast here in Bitternik Racetrack. What a fantastic debut it has been so far. I wish we'll have a little chat with Kājus, at least a few words to hear from him. Kājus, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm good.
What a debut for you in a Porsche GT3 Cup. Tell me, what are the feelings behind the wheel of this car?
Well, the feeling is quite nice, to be honest. It has a lot of traction and it feels quite good around this track as well.
Did you expect to be on the pole position on your very first race in your life?
Well, coming into this weekend, we didn't expect anything. We came here just to learn as much as we can for the next weekend in Imola. So I think we done that already and we still have 2 races today.
All right, we wish you best of luck, and obviously it's going to be a tough battle. 16 cars on the grid. It should be very fun out there.
I think so, yeah. Top 10 is pretty close. Yeah, I think it will be quite a interesting race.
All right, see you out there.
Thank you, see you.
Cheers. So that was Kājus Siksnelis for you guys. The pole position. The young fellow is going to do a lot of races this year in Europe, but this weekend, we'll see him here in Bitternik Racetrack in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And on the second position, as you can see, it's the legendary Thomas Padovani. The man himself is ready to show how it's done. Thomas, fantastic looking car, fantastic looking drivers, and you should be happy. You're on the first row of the race.
Yeah, that's the right position.
How tough it is in such a competition with young guys like Kājus coming out and showing how it's done.
I mean, yeah. The time difference was very small yesterday. Let's see now. It's a new day. So.
What have you been doing this spring? How have you been preparing for the races, upcoming races? Doing any testing and stuff like that as well?
Yeah, we received the cars a bit later in the spring, so we did like 2 days testing only, but some gym and some sim, and that's it.
All right, we wish you best of luck, and obviously let's see some good battles out there.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Thomas Padovani starting from P2. It's going to be fantastic view out here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Sorry for that. Wherever you're watching, join us on Facebook, on YouTube, and obviously on TV4 as well. This weekend, we are live throughout the whole 2 days, and we're going to be showing best of action there is in the beautiful Bitternik Racetrack in Riga, Latvija. Ko, dāmas un kungi, tad, kā jau teicu, ātrais lietuvietis pirmajā debijas sacīkstē šeit Bitternik trasē pie Porsche GT3 kausa mašīnas pie stūras un centīsies pamatīgi pastrādāt. Thomas Padovani arī nav nekāds lēnais džeks. Tā starpības starp viņiem ļoti maz bija kvalifikācijas braucienā. Tas nozīmē tikai viens sacīkste būs ļoti aizraujoša un 2 dienu garumā. Šeit būs ļoti daudz skaistu braucienu ar nepacietību. Protams, jau gaidām arī BMW 325 kausa izcīņu šeit šodien uz starta, kā jau Arturs stāstīja. tik daudz mašīnas pieteicās DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, ka visas pat nevar uz startu iziet, mums vienkārši nepietikt viņām visām vietas. Tāpēc tika aizvadīta gan kvalifikācija, gan, protams, arī pusfināli, un tur, diemžēl, daži palika aiz strīpas. Bet tas nekas, tie, kas būs uz startu, tie noteikti pacīnīsies par skaistām uzvarām. Tur, starp citu, ja nešaubos, Valters Ziedris, tieši latvietis, ir uz pole position, tā kā visas cerības uz mūsējiem. Šājam vaļā! Tūlīt Porsche GT3 kausa izcīņas dalībnieki dosies savā iesildīšanās aplī, un tad jau redzēsim pirmo sacensību braucienu. Aiziet!
Thank you, Oscars. And back to the Porsches, you see 16 gorgeous Porsches on the grid. The qualification was during yesterday. Actually, it was a two-stage qualification. First, everybody went onto the track, and here is top 8. You see very different nations, 4 different nations on 4 first positions. So it's really international. The only shame is that there are no Latvian drivers present, but we hope it will change soon. And talking about cars, there are 16 cars, and 11 of them are the newest 992 generation. So Kaius Siksnelis was fastest in the so-called Super Pole between 10 fastest cars from the first stage of qualification, and his best lap time was just 0.094 seconds faster than Thomas Padovani, so they were really close, and third place man Thomas Kangro was not that far either. And the second half of the grid, you can see only Finnish drivers. Basically this series are Finland based. It started in Finland as a Finnish championship, but extended to Northern European or NEZ zone. So to give more international taste, and you can see that there are several competitors from Baltic states as well. So Kaius Siksnelis is the poleman. This car will feature in our 6-hour race as well. But and this is Siksnelis' onboard camera. So we will see from him how this thing is done. Pikernäki racetrack is quite a tricky one, of course, well known for not everybody actually, because Finnish drivers, I think they were, Porsche Cup was last time at Pikernäki in 2019, 3 years ago, so no so much experience for these drivers. And Kaius Siksnelis, really, he has first car race at all. So taking pole position for his very first car race, it's really good achievement from him. But if you take into account that he was a bronze medalist in World Junior Karting Championship and FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner, so what you expect, he must be at the top even with those cars. And the pace car is already moving, and it means that the warm-up lap will start, actually has started already. And this is how it looks from a driver's perspective, actually not simply drivers, but from poleman's perspective. Kaius Siksnelis, the 17-year-old Lithuanian, starting from pole position for his very first car race. His main program this year is Italian Porsche Carrera Cup. The first round will be next weekend at Imola, so he's a very international man as well. And number 22, Jari Ollila, is 16th on the grid. And here a little view onto the Pikernäki track. This is between turns 3 and actually there is quite some confusion about how many turns Pikaneki track has. There is no official information, but this picture comes from the, I would say, the most crucial part of the track, so-called the bridge or tunnel turn. It's going over the crest, turning quite heavily, and it is followed by a long straight, so it's extremely important. And another thing, it's extremely easy to lose your car here, go out onto the gravel or even into the wall, so you must be very careful here not to make any mistakes. And camera shows there is camera shows not what it is supposed to show. Unfortunately, it wasn't fixed, quite tough. But hopefully we will see good action anyway. And now cars are closing into the hospital turn. It is 90-degree right-hander, quite tricky, as are all the turns on this track. And now pace car is already at Cinema turn. It's got his name from the Riga Film Studio, which is situated right maybe a few hundred meters from there. And this is the final part of the track already. Very fast turn, right-hand turn. And the next turn, which I hope we will be shown, is which kettle. Actually, it is here. It goes a little bit downhill, a left-hand turn. It's much slower than you see on this picture, and very tricky. Runoff areas in Riga are very small, although there are some. And then cars are closing to the main straight. There are just 2 turns remaining. Sandhill is another very fast right-hander. It is here, and the final turn will be Sailor, which is followed by the main straight. It is named after Estonian single-seater driver Ants Sailor, who was killed there in 1968 in that turn. And here you see the beginning of the main straight. So Porsches will have 2 warm-up laps, as you can see. And in this weather, of course, it's very useful because it's really cold. But on the other hand, if your tires are proper warmed up, then the cars will be very fast, because quite low track temperature gives them easier life. And of course, engines and all kind of cooling, they like cooler weather as well. Raivo Tamm, number 70, Estonian driver. 2 years ago he was Baltic champion in GT classes. Long-year Porsche driver, and has tried every kind of car, starting from go-karts, single-seaters, and now several years in Porsches already. During the practices, at one moment it seemed that my namesakes, Tommys, will take top 3 here. Thomas Padovani, Thomas Kangro, and Tommy Haru, and actually they are Padovani is 2nd on the grid, Kangro is 3rd on the grid, and Haru is 4th on the grid, but they were all beaten by Kaius Šiksnelis from Lithuania, the young gun. Of course, it was only qualification during the 14-lap race. There are some, it's a little bit more trickier. You must manage your tires and do all things right. But we will see. We will see. 14 laps is quite a long distance. Although this is called sprint challenge. But of course, what is sprint, what is endurance, it's always relative. Now going through the cinema turn once again on their second warm-up lap, and this time the pace is a little bit higher. And the safety car behind them was Porsche as well. Which Kettle now, and Thomas Kangro, number 48, is in the foreground, and now the starting grid is already forming for the rolling start. Pajuš Šiksnelis knows from his karting days very well how this kind of start must be taken to be successful. But the first two turns are very important. First turn on the oak. There was an oak tree in the old days. It is extremely fast right-hander, followed by a very sharp right-hander, so-called elbow. Now the grid is formed and everything is ready for the start. And we go! The start has been given for Porsches, and they are roaring by. Pajuš Šiksnelis leading in front of Padovani and Kangro. Everybody is quite cool into the first turn. You can't win the race into turn 1 or even into turn 2. And Šiksnelis has now a few car lengths over Padovani, a pre-race favorite. Now over the bridge. That's a very tricky part of the track. Of course, drivers have some experience already from the practice sessions and from qualification. It's not a surprise for them. But Padovani is keeping Šiksnelis honest. He is not giving any breathing room for Lithuanian. Kangro third and Haru fourth. And here they go. Number 5, another Lithuanian driver, Mantas Janavičius. He's currently 5th behind Šiksnelis and 3 Tomases. Now top 3 has put a little bit of air between them, and 4th place Tommi Haru. Of course, it's only early days, or early minutes I should say, the race. First lap is completed. And no changes in the front. Padovani is keeping pressure. Šiksnelis is still leading, but I would say their pace is not that high, because even the 4th place man Haru has closed the gap a little bit, but then Janavičius in 5th. He's already about 100 meters behind Haru, and he's dropping away for sure, there is no question about it. But let's see what the leaders are doing. Haru is yo-yoing with Kangro. In some parts of the track is getting closer to 3rd placeman, in some parts of the track being left further behind. And 2 laps are completed, and Šiksnelis has 0.66 seconds at hand over Padovani. Now elbow turn, turn number 2. No big dramas here. And yes, Haru has now dropped away from Kangro, that's for sure. The gap between them is now 1.5 seconds already. Replay from the start. Šiksnelis was a little bit front of Padovani, and it stayed like that. No problems for the poleman at all. Kangro had a look to the inside of turn 1, but it would have been a very risky move. So he stayed in 2nd, actually in 3rd. And now Šiksnelis has managed to put some air between him and Padovani in 2nd. But let's see, is it already definitive? perhaps not. It's only third lap underway. Unfortunately, I have no live timing more than the same you see on the screen on the right side, and the fastest lap to Signalis. You could see also the gap has widened significantly during lap 3. So Signalis is now pressing on. Tires are probably already warm enough. But this battle is for positions 6 and further. Number 11, Olli Kangas in front of number 19, Nicolas Pirttilahti and Gert Jugala. There was that trio. But not battles like you maybe expected from touring cars, but here Pirttilahti is putting some pressure to Kangas for P7, and someone goes wide at the cinema, but there was more drama than material. It was just some dust. Nothing very serious. And now 4 laps are completed, and this is again battle for P6 between Olli Kangas, Nicolas Pirttilahti and Gert Jugala. 2 Finns and 1 Estonian, and Pirttilahti now dives into turn 2 and takes P6 away from Kangas. But Kangas takes it back, yes, through turns 3 and 4, so there is really a huge battle, maybe not for the lead, but for P6. And of course it's entertaining if they are driving Porsche. They are fast, they are powerful, they are noisy, whatever you want, everything they are. And Kurikka and Tam are also joining this battle, as those who are in front are fighting between them. It means their pace is dropping. And you can see clearly that Jugala is now on the rear wing, under the rear wing of Pirttilahti already. Also Pirttilahti here in the witch kettle looking for his chance. This is not played, but actually it is. Pirttilahti and Kangas are side by side entering Sailor now. Kangas is already in front, but is his line compromised going on to the main straight? No, it's not. He stays in front, but last time we saw that Pirttilahti was much better under braking into turn 2. Is he going to repeat this? Yes, he is. And once again manages to overtake his rival, but it's not over yet because Kangas has countered and he is in front once again. So 2 times in a row Pirttilahti dived into turn 2, but was too hot into the turn, and having achieved P6 lost it just few seconds after. Number 39 Jari Gegela is in P12, but this is again that huge battle for P6. There are, I would say there are 5 or even 6 cars in that battle. If those 2 or 3 in front will make mistakes, the next 3 will be involved in the next second. There is no doubt about it. So 6 laps, and it is Gert Jugala who made a mistake into Sailor and lost the contact with Kangas and Pirttilahti. Fortunately for him, he didn't lose a position, but once again Pirttilahti dives into turn 2. Can he keep his position this time? No, he can't. So 3 times in a row, exactly the same scenario. I would think that Pirttilahti is already mad about himself, but Kangas is not smiling, maybe laughing and saying to himself that try, I will conquer you every time. But these are already the leaders. 7th lap is underway, and it means that we are closing to the half distance. No changes here. Signalists Padovani, Kangro, Haru is first 4, separated by approximately 1 second. Then there is a little bit larger break to 5th place Janavicius, and then those cars you see on your screen, led by Olli Kangas, number 11, and Nicolas Pirtilahti, number 19. They have swapped places a number of times, but eventually Kangas has remained in 6th. Let's see if Pirtilahti is going to try it another time. Yes, he is. But this time he did it differently, and now he stayed in front, blocked the exit of the turn for his competitor, and now it seems it's really done. Pirtilahti is in front of Kangas, and Jukola has once again joined them, but now Pirtilahti made a mistake over the bridge, and it gives a chance to Kangas. Can he use it? No, he can't, because Pirtilahti is blocking the inside line into Hospital Turn, and Pirtilahti is blocking everywhere. So that is a really good battle. And Pirtilahti goes wide once again and gives away his position. Can he stay on the track? Yes, he can, but he lost the position. The very hardly earned P6 goes back to Olli Kangas once again, and Gert Jukola now you can see is right there with those 2 Finns, as are 3 following cars. So the huge gaggle of 6 or even, yes, 6 cars fighting for 6th position. We have now 8 laps completed, still 6 to go, and what we have seen, and that is Raivo Dam on the background, he was attacking Jari Kurikka, and it seems to be successful. Yes, Dam is now in front of Kurikka, Jonne Kurikka, sorry. These are leaders. Signalist Thomas Padovani, Thomas Kangro, not separated. You can see from the timing tower on the line, Padovani was about 1 second behind Signalist, and Kangro was further half a second behind. But now I would say that they are much closer to each other, or maybe not. Anyway, top 3 have driven certainly away from 4th place man Tommi Haru. Yeah, gaps are more or less the same as they were 1 lap ago. Signalist Padovani, Kangro. And here we go again, battle for P6 between Olli Kangas, number 11, and Nicolas Pirtilahti, number 19. Is Pirtilahti going to attack his compatriot under braking? Yes, he is. And it was very last moment lunge. What is the outcome? Outcome is they are side by side, so actually no outcome here. And Kangas remains in front. Olli Kangas is still in P6. And that has been a real good fight, and real fair actually also. Swapping positions for several times. No contacts whatsoever, or maybe some slight paint swapping, nothing serious. And now there are 7 cars in a row. And they are battling for the 6th position. I've seen a few overtaking maneuvers there by Nicolas Pirtilahti, and also Raivo Dam managed to advance when overtaking Jonne Kurikka, and now Dam is closing in to Jukola as well. on number 17, that violet and silver car. And this time Pirttilahti was very peaceful, didn't attack his compatriot in front of him. Meanwhile, you can see from the timing tower that Sixnelis is now perhaps done a crucial lap. The gap between him and Thomas Padovani in P2 is now more than 1.5 seconds, and Thomas Kangro was in the wake of Padovani at the line. Here they are coming. So I would say that Sixnelis is now already disappeared for Padovani, but Padovani must look to his mirror because Kangro is closing in once again, although he's not close enough into turn 2, the elbow turn, to attack the Frenchman. Blue flags are shown to, is it Simo Kangas perhaps, who was lapped already. And here is our not duo but trio, Kangas, Pirttilahti, Jugala and Tamm in close succession. Fight for P6 is going on, only 3 laps to go. So if Pirttilahti wants to take 6th position, he must make that critical overtaking maneuver now and make no mistakes. But the situation looks quite different because Pirttilahti is now under attack from Jugala. With only 2 laps to go actually for leaders at least, and I can tell you outside of this picture that Kangro was in the wake of Padovani once again when they went over the line. Have no changes there, and you can see that Sixnelis has now really upped his pace, or Padovani maybe has dropped his pace. I would think it's Padovani has lost some speed. Maybe his tires are going to drop away or whatever, but Sixnelis is now more than 2 seconds in front. So it's, and it is number 18, Jukka Eerola, who is spinning into, actually not into, but exiting turn 2. Too much too soon, and around you go. And nothing dangerous here. Kurika, who was the next man on the track, would avoid his compatriot easily. Still 2 laps, actually a little bit more than 1 lap to go for the leaders already. And Sixnelis went over the line now, and Padovani in the 2nd place is already 2.5 seconds behind, and Kangro seemingly has no plans to attack Padovani as well. The gap between them is almost 1 second already. Tommy Harway's 4th, Mantas Janavicius 5th, very lonely 5th. But what this battle now, Pirttilahti has dropped away from Kangas, but in the meantime Jugala is hanging on to his rear wing. Last lap is underway, and we haven't seen any aggressive maneuvers from Jugala's side. He's been quite far away, of course, from Pirttilahti in front of him, and also Pirttilahti have made some mistakes. There has been no changes, but these are leaders, and Kaius Sixnelis, dream start to his car racing career. First car race, first pole and first win. 17-year-old Lithuanian Kaius Sixnelis has won the Porsche Sprint Challenge North European Zone Race 1 in front of Thomas Padovani and Thomas Kangro. Tommi Haru comes home fourth. There is a lapped car, and Mantas Janavicius is going to be, actually there are two lapped cars. Mantas Janavicius is fifth. Olli Kangas takes sixth. Nicolas Pirttilahti seventh. And Gert Jugala has disappeared during the final lap because Raivo Tamm is now eighth. Where is Jugala? Anyway, this is third placeman Thomas Kongro. And yes, while the leaders were quite peaceful, not very aggressive, the main battle which entertained us through the whole race was for P6, mainly between Nicolas Pirttilahti yes, between Olli Kangas and Nicolas Pirttilahti. So here are the results, top 8. And Sixnelis dropped his pace during the final lap. There was nothing to gain. Again, top 4, all different nations. First position to Lithuania, second to France, third to Estonia, and fourth to Finland. And Simo Kangas and Jari Ollila were lapped. That was the first race of the day. I hope you enjoyed it. There was something to see. There was not maybe that much drama, but it was quality racing with some good fighting, especially in the midfield for positions 6th, 7th, and maybe 8th, and so on, so on. And here is the winner, 17-year-old Lithuanian driver Kaius Sixnelis. His first car race at all. And as far as I know, he took a Grand Slam. Pole position, leading from lights to flag, fastest lap, whatever. Whatever was there to grab, Sixnelis took it. So it was the first sprint race. First sprint race of 7 for today.
Nu, godāms un
And now
kungi,
over
esmu
to
šeit
Oskars.
pēc finiša kopā ar pirmā brauciena uzvarētāju. So, Kaius, fantastic start of the weekend, win in race 1 from pole position. You did a perfect job on the first corners, and then from there on, it was just flat out.
Well, I mean, first lap was intense because Thomas was pushing me from behind, but then I just kept going, and that's it.
How did you feel in the car? The pace was good?
For me, yes. Maybe the pressure was a little too high in the end, but it was good.
Yeah, fantastic start of, obviously, of the weekend. We have 2 podiums, actually, today. Did you know we're going to do the awards ceremony straight after race 1 and then do another one after race 2?
Oh, nice.
So you have 2 cups. Hopefully, of course, yeah? So see you at the podium in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Cheers, congratulations, no ko dzirdējām. Kā jūs teicat, tātad pirmajā aplī, pirmajos līkumos, nu diezgan Tomas Padovani elpoja, kā saka, tautā viņam pakausīja un mēģināja uzbrukt, bet, kā jau redzējām, tātad brauciena sākumā ļoti labi savas pozīcijas noturēja jaunais lietuvietis un uzvar pirmajā braucienā. Pirmā sacīkstes viņa mūžā ar tādu automašīnu un vispār ar automašīnu kā tādu un uzreiz uzvar kabatā. Es domāju, būs ļoti labs, teiksim tā, laba motivācija otrajā braucienā izdarīt to pašu. Te gan jāsaka, jāskatās pēc apļu laikiem. Man šķiet, ka Tomas Padāvānī vienā brīdī uzstādīja braucienu labāko apļu laiku. Un šeit, redzot, cik blīva ir šī sacīksts, es teiktu, ka pole position, šī pirmā pozīcija startā ļoti daudz ko nozīmēs. So, as you heard, Kaius was happy about the pace and happy about the race. It's a win in race 1, but we'll see. There's race 2 to come. And obviously, we'll see. Now we have to double check, actually, the fastest lap times, because obviously it really now, really important to see who's going to be on the pole position in race 2, because as we've seen on the first corners, it means a lot to be in the best position at the start line. So we'll see who's going to be. But anyways, we're going to now head on to the awards ceremony for the Porsche GT3 Cup. And after that, we're going to continue with race 1 for the Baltic Touring Cars. So stay tuned, wherever you're watching. Welcome to the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022.
And here I go once again. I was a little bit mistaken, excuse about the fastest lap. Actually, Kaius Šiksnelis didn't have fastest lap. He was only 4th fastest because all 3 Tomases, Padavani, Kangro and Haru, were a little bit faster. So Šiksnelis will start race 2 from 4th position, because the grid for race 2 is determined by the best lap times from race 1. Anyway, Porsches will return onto the track a little bit later at noon, 12:00. But now the second race of the day will be for Baltic Touring Cars classes BTC1, BTC2 and BTC3 and V1600. Talking about little about those classes, BTC1 is for cars with engines up to 1600 cc. BTC2 is from 1600 to 2 liters, and BTC3 is for cars with an engine displacement from 2 liters to 3 liters. And basically everything is allowed, every kind of modifications, almost every kind of modifications are allowed for those cars. But then we have also V1600 in this race, and V1600 is on the contrary very standard class. Basically you can't do anything with your car, just put in a racing seat and safety cage and all those safety devices, but no changes on engine and so on and so on. They are very closely, very strictly polished, those cars, to be very equal. And then again, there is another thing to make them more equal. It's the weight. Weight is calculated according to the engine displacement and car standard horsepower figure. And we have seen through the years that these cars are really, really equal. Of course, it depends on the driver. You could see it was number 818 Kaspars Rudmies is in Honda Civic who just exited the pits. And we should have 23 cars over those 4 classes. Of course, it remains to be seen because I really hope that there has been no technical defects after yesterday's qualification, and all those cars, 23 of them, will be on the grid. Actually, the problem was that 2 cars didn't take part in the qualification. Tadas Piatukauskas and Laurinas Simonavicius. Actually, Simonavicius was last year Baltic Touring Car champion in BTC1. This year he is forced to start first race from the very other end of the grid, and number 88 is white and yellow Honda Civic. He's driven by Simo Lind. He was last year BTC2 champion, and in front of him in that white, black and red BMW, the driver is Aurimas Mištautas from Lithuania, and he was last year BTC3 champion. So all 3 champions from BTC classes from last year are here on the grid, or at least I hope so. That Simon. So over to Oskars for an interview.
Paldies tev, Artur! No ko sveiciens vēlreiz visiem autosporta līdzjutējiem, kas ir pieslēgušies mums tiešraidē TV4 vai Facebookā vai YouTube. DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 ar lielu jaudu, nu jau ir sācies, Porsche brauciens ir noslēdzies, apbalvosim gan mēs viņus pēc otrā brauciena. Tā tomēr beigās tika izlēmts, tā kā abu braucienu apbalvošana pēc Porsche GT3 kausa otrā brauciena. So welcome back on the start grid of the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the season opener here, and obviously the Baltic Touring Cars are next ones up on the grid. Few of the drivers already have arrived, and we are ready to have a little grid walk. And obviously, we're going to be talking to Aurimas Mištautas, the man on the pole position. He's here. He's ready to rock and roll here in beautiful Bītiernieki racetrack. Let's have a little chat with Aurimas. Good morning. Labas rytas. Viskas gerai?
Yes, of course. Everything is good.
So how's it been so far? A good qualification run, and obviously you feel comfortable?
Yes, of course. I have great speed yesterday, so it's nice, and I will try to do it today.
So obviously the weather is helping right now. Sun is shining. The tarmac should be quite warm for the tires as well.
Yes, of course. Weather is very good for good times, so I will try to do it.
All right, obviously we'll see you out there. 2 races to do today, and what's more in your menu for the weekend? Will you be racing tomorrow as well?
No, I have some issues with my second car, so I will miss it tomorrow.
That's a shame, but no worries. You'll have a good time here in the Baltic Touring Car Championship Race 1 and 2, so see you out there in the track.
Yeah, we will see.
All right, Aurimas, best of luck. So, as you heard, Mištautas will not be racing tomorrow, but obviously he's going to have a blast today in Race 1 and Race 2 for the Baltic Touring Cars. He's on the pole position. Obviously, guys, this is the best position to be in for a race, and we'll see how it goes if he manages to keep the position. Now, his qualification run was quite a good one. It was almost 3 seconds faster than the followers, so I think that's a good gap to start off with. So DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 is up and running wherever you're watching. Hi to all of the spectators. Obviously, a huge shout out to all of the guys in the grandstands today. You're the best fans out there are, because obviously you're here and you're enjoying it. And obviously we'll see a lot of action, fully packed 2 days with racing action with different classes. So even the historic formulas will be out here. And obviously after the Baltic Touring Cars, Oh my God, the BMW 325 Cup is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be epic, so stay tuned. Make sure you are there in time. Grab some tea or coffee or snacks and just enjoy the weekend over your TV screen. And we promise you we're gonna deliver a lot of emotions and adrenaline. Nu ko, dāmas un kungi, Baltic Touring Cars brauciens tūlīt varēs sākties. Ļoti liels un sirsnīgs sveiciens un silts sveiciens šobrīd visiem tiem, kas ir pievienojušies mums šeit biķenieku trasē Rīgā klātienē, trībīnēs. Jūs esat paši labākie fani. Un starp citu, ir ļoti lieliski iespējas parādīšu tiem, kas televizorā tagad skatās, būs iespēja novērtēt. Šī tādu smuku Baltic Touring Cars džemperīti var nopirkt tepat pādakā. Tā kā visi tie, kas ir šeit, vai vēl tie, kas taisās braukt, ziniet, ka varat kārtīgi saģērbties un kārtīgi safanot par autošosejas sacīkstēm. Es teiktu, viens no jaudīgākajām autošosejas sacīkstēm, kādas ir bijušas šeit biķenieku trasē pēdējo gadu laikā. Tā kā izbaudām nedēļas nogalī un šājam vaļā. Tūlīt brauciens. Aiziet!
According to the timing information, we will have 21 cars on the grid, and the grid will be in front of you. Mr. Autas, actually, who won yesterday qualification, as Oskar already mentioned, was full 2.5 seconds faster than the second placeman Isidorus Paukštis, who was a bronze medal winner last year in BTC 3. So there is quite a big difference in their speed. Second row belongs to two fastest BTC2 drivers, Simo Lind and from Estonia and Andrius Keblis from Lithuania, and they were also separated by 1 second. So Simo Lind should be a little bit faster, not that little bit, second per lap is quite gap. Then look at P6, number 14. Can Alakoc, Turkish guy starting with Latvian license, who is only 14 years old, and it's not all. There is another 14-year-old driver on the grid. It is number 62, Benjamin Silvestersson from Finland, and they both were qualification winners in their respective classes. Can Alakoc was the fastest in PTC 1, and Silvestersson was the winner in V1600. So yes, we have two 14-year-old drivers, and both are polemen in their classes, or should I say pole boys. Anyway, this V1600 class is like a first stepping stone into the car racing. And Silvestersson told me before the parade that it's really the first year in car racing for him. He has driven go-karts on the high international level before. And this picture comes from, I would tell you, should be Kaspars Rudmiesis, number 818. Yes, it is. And he's starting from P12. We saw him exiting the pits, that silver Honda Civic. Everything. And who is this on board camera? We will see. We will see anyway during the race. Now everything seems to be ready, and PTC cars, Baltic Touring cars, will race over 10 laps. It looks like 21 grid positions are all occupied. Isidorus Paukštis number 101, starting from P2. This BMW. Actually, we have 9 BMWs, different models, different generations on the track. Then we have 8 Honda Civics, also different generations, different classes. Then 2 Toyota Aurises, fastest 2 drivers in V1600 Finnish youngsters, Benjamin Silvesterson and Mattias Nooramo are both driving Toyota Auris, and then we have one Ford Fiesta R2 for Jan Alakoc and one Volkswagen Golf, first generation Volkswagen Golf for the sole Estonian driver in this field, actually one of two Estonian drivers in this field, Perko Puusaar. He's number 45. So that Golf actually is the one, maybe even the oldest car this meeting at all, because if you think about the first generation Volkswagen Golf, the production was started in 1974 and was ended, I guess, 1983. So this car is almost 40 years old already. Of course, I think if talking about the car's age, maybe only the body shell is which has remained. And here we go, quite a long and colorful field. That number 14, Jan Alakoc, that nice Ford Fiesta R2. It's actually a rally car, and Alakoc wants to be a rally driver, but you can't compete in rallies when you are aged 14, because you are not allowed to. If you want to compete in rallies, you have to drive on the open roads, but of course in 14 years you can't do it. So it should be quite a good preparation for him. The car seems a little bit high and not that streamlined maybe like some other cars here, but make no mistake, it is a fast car, and the lap time Alakoc showed yesterday are good enough, at least to be on pole in his class, and maybe compete with a little bit faster cars as well. So the main thing for him is, of course, to keep cool, not to start to race cars he shouldn't be race with, but just and that is number 45, this almost an antique car. And number 74, Tadas Petukauskas, starting from the back of the grid. Actually, two drivers got their qualification times disallowed yesterday. Number 68, Roberta Zauka, and number 24, Kasparas Kirelis, for not obeying the flags of marshals. And of course it's a shame, especially Zauka is quite a fast driver. He should have been much higher on the grid, but then it has happened, and if you will ask who did it, they did it themselves. So that's it. Now Baltic touring cars are on their second warm-up lap. Just half lap to go until the start. And we will see how high number 74, Petukauskas, can climb from his very low 21st starting position. That car is certainly capable much more, and number 69, Laurinas Simonjavicius, in that one of those orange and white Honda Civic Coupes is now everything is ready, and rolling start will be given in a few seconds. Audemis Mishtautas is now dictating the pace from the pole position. And I suspect there will be several drivers who are trying to make some positions into turn 1 and 2, but we will see. And green light is given, the start is given, Baltic Touring cars are on the track. So Mishtautas, Paukštis are the first two, and who is going to be third? Yes, Simolin can manage to hold his third position, but it's not that sure. Yes, he has, in front of Keblis and Weismanis. So two PTC 3 cars in front, then the three of PTC 2 cars behind them. And everybody else following. Can we see where is Piatukauskas, who started from the last position? Yeah, he's in about P10 already, so has made quite a good progress from there, and top two are already running away. Actually, we can say that Mishtautas is running away from Paukštis, and those two Honda Civics, Simolind and Andrius Keblis, are fighting for laurels in BTC2, and Keblis has some difficulties into Sandhill. Was very unstable there, but actually he didn't lose any time to Lind. Roberta Sauka has also and this is Keblis, who tries to overtake Simo Lind into turn 2, but goes wide, and Lind takes that position back. Meanwhile, Sauka is closing in to Keblis already. Sauka, starting from P18, is now P5, so you can see what progress he has done during that one single lap. And he's now all over Keblis now. And I would say that that is only a matter of time when Sauka, because his PTC3 car is much more powerful, should be much more powerful than Keblis' PTC2 car in front of him. Many cars are smoking quite heavily. Sauka's car is one of them. And he's keeping pressure on Keblis, and now diving to the inside through Sandhill, and he's in front. So Roberta Sauka fourth overall, but third in his class PTC3. Meanwhile, Mishtautas is, you can see from the timing tower, already 5 seconds in front of Paukštis. And it took him only 2 laps to put that gap. Mishtautas fastest lap 1:27.1. Now this man, number 68, who just flashed by. Roberta Sauka started from 18th position, currently he's 4th, and catching Simo Lind in front of him. I suspect Lind will not fight with him because they are from different classes. Lind must have an eye on Keblis, who is a few seconds behind him, but basically has no business to do with Sauka. And here is the start once again. Pay attention to Sauka, who is on the background on the right side. Oh, we can't see. He's now on the rightmost car, that black one, BMW. He's already on the verge of top 10, exiting the main straight. So really good start from him, and Keblis went on to, and then Sauka is now in front of Lind. it was to be suspect. And here Piotr, who started from the very last position. So what is going on in BTC 1? It will be interesting as well. And Andrius Geblis. No, it's 24, Kasparas Skirelis. Also in white Honda Civic. His race seems to be over already after only 3 laps. Geblis is very much there, following Simolin, being second in BTC 2. But talking about BTC 1, what is happening there? Laurina Simonavičius, number 69, is the leader in BTC 1. So what happened here? Just went straight, and yes, he was looking in his mirrors. So for Skirelis, the race is over, unfortunately. And this is Jakob Usak, 1 or 2 Estonian drivers in this race, and you can see 2 V16 cars in front of him. Matias Nuoromo, number 25, is the leader in V1600s. And Jan Alakoc has lost his lead in PTC1. It was taken over by number 69. Laurina Simonavičius, last year champion in this class. You can see now 2 Toyota Aurises here. And battles are going on everywhere. This is number 33. Artis Weisman is defending from Tadas Piatkauskas. Actually, there is point because they are in the same class. 2 different Honda Civics from different generations. Weisman is having an older one, Piatkauskas a newer one, and Piatkauskas have been much faster. He has scored his Latvian competitor and goes onto the inside through Sandhill. What is happening next? Nothing actually. Somehow Weisman has managed to stay in front of Lithuanian, but Piatkauskas is not done for sure. He has climbed to P7 from the very end of the grid, and has been certainly faster than Weisman is. But the question is to find a place where to overtake, and here it happens through turn 4 or what it was. But anyway, over the bridge now Piatkauskas is already in front of Weisman is, and simply disappearing into the distance. So that was his speed. And it means that Piatkauskas is now 3rd in his class, PTC2. Meanwhile, half the distance is already raced. 5 laps are completed. Whoa, number 333. It was Maxim Audeekov in his BMW Compact, was on the verge of spinning out to the hospital turn, and Chris Manama used the occasion and overtook the Lithuanian driver. So Manama is already 8th. Leaders have now completed 6 laps already. And number 14-year-old Turkish driver Can Alakoc was just overtaken by number 22, Vilius Praninskas. Praninskas, of course, is from different class. This Alakoch car is not the fastest, certainly, on the straights. He's lost several places. Actually, Alakoch started from P6, and here is Manama and Avdenkov once again. Avdenkov made a mistake one lap ago, exactly in this part of track, and Manava jumped him, but now Avdenkov has recovered and keeping Estonian Hanist in front of him. They're both BTC 3 cars, both BMWs, as are all 5 BTC 3 cars are BMWs. Different body shapes, different engines, different generations. Oh, and Manama almost loses it through Sandhill. So they are really on the verge, on the limit of their cars. 3 laps still to go. Is there any battles going on? Actually, we see one. This is for 8th and 9th overall between Chris Manama and Maxim Avdenkov, Estonian and Lithuanian drivers. Manama is covering his line, but Avdenkov tries the outside line. Not here, now over the bridge. And Avdenkov, I would say he is a little bit faster, but not that much. And until now, Manama has successfully managed to keep his position. But it is difficult for him, for sure. Avdenkov's green BMW is faster than... Basically, Manama has a BMW 325 Cup car, more or less, according to technical regulations. And it in turn means very close to standard specification. And Avdenkov is keeping the pressure. This time Manama had a little bit better exit onto the main straight, only 2 laps to go now. 10 laps is touring car distance. And in the background you could see number 69. It was Laurinas Simonjavicius, who is BTC 1 leader. There is a gaggle of cars. Slower cars have already been overtaken, actually lapped by 3 leaders. Stautas, Paustis and Zauka, and also by Lind. So 3 BTC, 3 cars, and now is the moment when Avdenkov overtakes Manama. He has a nose in front, entering the hospital turn, but goes wide once again. But he should have better straight speed, but there is slower car in front of them. Blue flag is shown, but Avdenkov takes the position away from Manama. But still the slower car is in front of them, and they can be boxed in. Now final lap is underway for the leaders, and Keblis has once again almost caught Lind when they were lapping slower cars, so it was a critical moment. And there was actually Lind and Keblis who are fighting for the first place in their class. Final lap is beginning for Avdenkov and Manama as well. Avdenkov went onto the curbs, exiting the final turn. But no big drama there. Oh, both cars are sliding on the braking. fortunately for them. And once again, they went a little bit wide, and here is the situation where Lind almost lost his lead of Glass, and Keblis almost crashed because there were many slow cars in front of them. And Dekon, I would say, is now definitely in front of Manama, and Manama goes over the curbs, and leaders are already at the finish. Aurimas Mistautas has won Baltic Touring Car race in front of Isidorius Pakstis and Roberta Zauka. Simo Lind was the winner in BTC 2 in front of Audrius Keblis. Andrius Keblis and Attis Weisman is because Piatukauskas has lost his third place. No, he hasn't. There was just a timing glitch. So Lind, Keblis, Piatukauskas is top 3 in BTC 2. And in BTC 1, the winner was number 69, Laurinas Simonjavicius. Second position went to Erko Puusaag, and third to Can Alakoc. And V1600 winner was Mattias Nooromo, second Benjamin Silvesterson, and third Ernests Egliptis. So that was the first Baltic touring car race. And this is Kasparas Kirelis waiting for his car to be recovered to the pits, and here are the final results. 3 Lithuanian drivers in BTC, then BTC 2 cars. Simo Lind, the winner in his class. And when we get the next screen, we will see further results. And here is Laurinas Simonjavicius, winner in BTC 1, and Mattias Nooromo, the winner in V1600. So that was the first race for Baltic Touring Cars. The second race will be today in the afternoon. Start will be given at 13:20. So Skirlis, the only driver to retire, and it's a good result, I would say, that out of 21 starters, 20 took the checkered flag. Not bad at all. Now, the next big thing is... Now, over to Oskars for an interview.
Well done, mate. Well done, mate. So, race 1, a perfect race for you, Aurimas. A perfect win. A good start of the weekend.
Yes, of course. It was a great race. Good speed. We have very good track and get good grip, so I can push all the times.
So the feeling was good?
Yes, of course. Perfect.
As usual in Pityanik, the sun is shining, the weather is good, the fans are out there as well. Finally, we have some friends.
Yeah, it's a very good race, good weekend, so we are very happy to be here.
So let's see what the race 2 will bring, but obviously good chances to take 2 out of 2.
Yes, of course, I try to do it.
All right, best of luck. See you, mate.
Thank you.
So that was Aurimas Mistautas, winner of BTC 3 category in race 1 for the Baltic Touring Cars. A fantastic start of the weekend for the Lithuanian, and obviously we'll see what the next race will bring, but obviously it's getting hotter here as well, not only because the sun is shining and the track is beautiful and the fans out there are enjoying the spring time, and race is here, the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. is already started with lots of action in the racetrack, and there's more to come because the next race is gonna be race 1 for the BMW 325 Cup, which is gonna be amazing. We have 36 cars on the grid. Almost 50 cars entered the competition this weekend, and only 36 cars can be on the grid. So we'll see some fantastic action from race 1. We'll head on to the start grid in a minute. We'll talk to the drivers, have a grid walk, and see what they have to say about it. So stay tuned wherever you're watching the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Either you're on Facebook or YouTube or TV4. We are live, and we are about to experience some very, very dramatic fights for the win and for the podium in the next races. So stay tuned and enjoy the weekend.
And now back to real time. Once again, you see our daily schedule, and BMW 325 Cup Race 1 will be started rather soon, not 11:45. That is actually times are not quite correct. 11:15 will be the time for BMWs to take their first start. Anyway, there will be no more or less than 36 cars on the track. We had 50, exactly 50 entries, and because the 3.66 kilometer lap is too short for them, actually not too short, but there are too many cars for that course. We had yesterday two qualification sessions. Cars were divided into two groups, and 13 from both groups went directly into today's two final races. But those who didn't make top 13 in their respective sessions had a possibility to take the position for the final in yesterday's second chance race, and top 10 from that race advanced to today's finals, and that those drivers are in the last 10 positions on the grid. Andres Chats, Ignas Lepa, Marius Grigaitis, Kiris Daugavins, Vadim Sosols, Pavel Shapov, Olivier Villeneuve, Kristaps Sapals, Karlis Osolins, and Donatas Jutsius were those lucky 10. But here you see the front of the grid, and once again 4 different nations in top 4. Latvian Valter Zviedris took the pole position, and his time 1:33.367 was about 1 second faster than those cars were last year. So first of all, there is of course some technical evolution over the winter, but on the other side, the weather yesterday and actually today is very good for those cars. First of all, these cool temperatures under 10 degrees are good for engine, for combustion. The cooler the air, the more oxygen is in it, and so the combustion procedure is better. And another thing is that cooler air is of course cooling better, both the brakes and engine as well. And maybe the most important aspect is about tires, because those cars are quite heavy. Their minimum weight, according to regulations, is 1,400 kilos, 1.4 tons. So it's quite a lot. And basically they are racing on semi-slick tires, not full slicks, not on full racing tires. And those tires tend to overheat if the weather is hotter. But in yesterday's cool conditions, tires behaved really well, and of course better drivers. For example, Zviedris, who took the pole position, he did only 2 fast laps during the qualification. The time was there, and there was no need to push more, because you can use only 1 set of tires for the whole weekend, for the qualification, for both races. So it is very critical to manage your tires, especially during the races. And of course, if you can make your best time during 2 fast laps, it helps as well. Anyway, Zviedris will have a Frenchman, Leo Messenger, as a follow driver on the front row. Second row belongs to last year champion, number 16, Karolis Jovaisa from Lithuania, and number 99, Alex Ivanov from Estonia. So top 4 drivers are from Latvia, France, Lithuania and Estonia. Then third row, number 32, Romet Reisin, another Estonian young guy. And beside him in P6 is number 31, Edvinas Žadeikis, last year vice champion over the full season. And number 5 car you see is Martin Slapinch, also one of front runners. He's standing in row 4. And beside him is number 8, Krišjānis Oskerko. This is poleman, Valter Zviedris. Young driver, but having tasted already almost every possible kind of racing cars. And now over to Oskars.
Thanks, Thomas. So here we are, the start grid of the BMW 325 Cup Race 1 in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And I think all of the Latvian fans can be really super excited and happy, because the LV Racing crew, Valter Zviedris, is on the pole position. And mind you, people, that top 8 cars in the qualification run did within 1 second. So this is how crazy it is for the BMWs here. Valter, it's fantastic to see you here this weekend, and obviously best place to be is the pole position.
Yeah, happy to be here. Amazing grid here, 36 cars, it's amazing, and can't wait for the start and the race.
Talk us through the qualies. Obviously, it's quite a tight battle between all the top 10 cars, obviously, and rest of the field. There were some battles for the last positions on the grid as well. You managed to do a perfect lap.
Yeah, it was really good qualifying for me. Only did like 2 fast laps, so I saved the tires for the race. Because the race is 14 laps, it's pretty long stint. And I think it will be fun, yeah. Other drivers are fast as well and pretty experienced, so I think it will be a very fun race.
And the last year's champion is right behind you on row 2. How does that feel?
Yeah, I see him in my mirrors and I hope he stays there.
Good luck, Walters. Obviously, Walters is ready to rock and roll. He's dedicated. And as I told you, last year's champion, Karis Jovaisha, is in row 2, starting from P3 this race 1. Obviously, we'll see how it goes, but it should be quite tight. You guys, well enough, is going to be battle until the end of the race.
Yeah, today we have 2 races, so this one will be like for getting the better start position for the second race, and of course the final race will be the, for the first place, fight for the first place.
Walters just told us he's really dedicated and he's very sure about his pace this weekend, but I think you should be too. You are the champion of the category, so let's see what the race brings. But are you confident?
Yeah, of course. I always confident, and believe me, we didn't show the full pace.
All right, best of luck to you guys, the Lithuanian crew. They're ready to roll. We have missing one car right now from P2, from row 1. We'll see them in a minute. Leo, well, he's a guy who actually had a debut last year in the category. He showed up and did some good job, obviously, fighting through the rest of the crew. And now, this season, we will see him in race 1 and already with a good result from P2. But as I told you, top 8 cars in the qualies within 1 second. This is how close the battle is in BMW 325 Cup. And so the race is going to be really exciting. Stay tuned, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or TV4. We'll make sure we bring all the action to your TV screens. And obviously, let's see what's it gonna be. Dāmas un kungi, BMW, tātad 325 kausa izcīņas, pirmais brauciens, tūlīt sāksies. Valters Zviedris startēs no pole position, no pirmās pozīcijas. Viņš ir gatavs cīnīties gan ar pagājušā gada čempionu, gan ar visiem pārējiem. 36 mašīnas uz starta un kāda kaudzīta čupiņa aiz strīpas palika pēc vakardienas cīņām. Attiecīgi, tieši tik skārbi 8 mašīnas vienā sekundē kvalifikācijas braucienā iebraukušas, top 8 mašīnas, tā kā tieši tik aizraujos būs šis brauciens. Es domāju, jūs visi esat gatavi, arī sportisti gatavi. Mums pietrūks dažas mašīnas uz starta grida, bet, ja neparādīsies, tad pārējiem tās ir labas ziņas. Viena mašīna mazāk nozīmē par vienu iespēju pakāpties pa pozīcijām uz augšu un pacīnīties par godu piedestālu. Kā tas viss būs, to mēs tūlīt redzēsim. Palieciet pie saviem TV ekrāniem, starp citu, tie, kas vēl domā, braukt vai nebraukt uz biķerniekiem. Atbrauciet! Šeit fantastisks laiciņš, saulīt spīd, diena iesilst, skatītāji tribīnēs ļoti daudz, bet kādu vietu noteikti vēl atradīsiet. Tā kā pievienojieties mums biķerniekos, un DeWALT Grand Prix 2020 ar pilnu jaudu turpinās. Aiziet!
Paldies, Oskars. Thank you, Oskars. And as you noticed, Oskars also told that the car which should stand in P2, which was yesterday during the qualification driven by Frenchman Leo Messenger, is missing, but is he appearing on the... Yes, it seems that he's there now. Yes, he is car number 10. So thank God. Actually, Zviedris was winner of his group in qualification, and Messenger was winner in his group. And Zviedris was just under 1/10 second faster than Frenchman. So the gap is really narrow. And we will see. Zviedris, of course, has a lot of experience from very different categories. Racing go-karts, electric go-karts, legend cars, BMWs, GT cars, TCRs, if it has engine, if it has 4 wheels, name it, Zviedris has driven it, you can be almost sure. But 14 laps is quite a long distance, and as Zviedris mentioned, the question of how tires will keep up is quite crucial. They must manage, of course, if they have a chance to manage the tires. If competitor is just over you and you have to defend, then there is little chance you can think about saving your tires. And it is Martin Lapin's car inside. Unfortunately, the camera was directed so that we saw the inside of the car, but not much on the outside. Yeah, there is nice weather today, and there are, I can say, lots of spectators. Thinking about how cold is it if you stand or sit there on the grandstands. Yes, sun is shining, but it's not that warm, and the warm-up lap has begun. And all 36 cars are now going to warm up the tires. And pay attention, car number 2 starting from the penultimate position. That black car on the left side of your screen, look at his body, and this is Martin Lapin's car from inside. Once again, car number 5. Lapin is starting from row 4, but what I wanted to talk about car number 2, driven by Karlis Ozolinš. What is special about this car is that regulations for this year allows BMW E91 body as well, and it is of course touring or wagon, as you like. So that is now allowed, and Karlis Ozolinš has used it. He was yesterday one of the main actors during the second chance race as well. Was involved in a collision with 2 more cars and was the only one to survive from that skirmish. He was 9th in second chance race, and it means that today he will start from P35. But actually, thinking about the number of cars on the track, if you're starting from 29th or 34th or something like that, it's not a big difference. And it should be car number, yes, it was Zviedris, Marta Zviedris, the lead car. Once again, the camera was directed in a way we couldn't see the full cockpit of the car. But of course, main thing is to see what is happening in the front of it. Now the warming lap is going to be completed in few seconds. Martas Zviedris, number 121, is going to take his pole position, and Frenchman Leo Messenger beside him in P2. Second row, Karolis Jovaisa, last year champion, and Estonian Jankan Aleksivanov, number 99, and all the other cars behind them. It takes quite a lot of longer time to put all those 36 cars correctly into their grid boxes. Actually, last year in Pärnu in Estonia we had 42 cars on the grid, and the owners of the track were forced to paint some additional grid boxes onto the track to find place for all those cars. Actually, they were not starting from the track, but the main straight extension. And from this picture you can see that the Pikaneki main straight is also full of cars. 36 BMWs. For the first race, over 14 laps, Leo Messenger, Frenchman, starting from P2. He was very fast in yesterday's qualification, less than 10th behind poleman Valter Zviedris. Now everything is ready for race 1. Lights are going on. And here we go. Zviedri seemingly better get off, but it is Jovaisha. No, it is not. It's Ivanov, Jovaisha and Messenger side by side into turn 1. Who is going to be? There is already Ivanov and Messenger out in turn 1. They have collided, and there is big bunch of cars involved in this skirmish. Red flag is out. The race is stopped, and 2 cars from the front row are already out, and there was number 55, another Frenchman, Olivier Villeneuve, involved in this, and number 91, Ernest Schulte as well, and Olivier Villeneuve has stopped in the gravel trap, and seemingly his car is okay, but beached in that gravel trap. Meanwhile, both Ivanov and Messenger are out, and Ivanov's car, of course, was hit, and it was the aftermath which we see here. That was a secondary collision which took them out, and more cars were involved. That ambulance is on the site as well, but it seems that drivers are all okay. They are exiting their cars. And what I saw, I would say that there was no one to blame. It was perhaps Ivanov, and actually going 3 wide into turn 1. These kind of accidents must happen if you go there. 3 cars side by side. So let's see. This is start. Everything all right. Jovaisha jumps Zviedris on the inside. Then there is Messenger in the middle, and there was touch between Ivanov and Messenger, and Ivanov's cars went out of control and hit Messenger, who was on the outside. Bang! They are both out, and now rolling back onto the track. And here you can see, here this moment was a crucial one, where there was slight contact between Ivanov and Messenger, and this started that first turn shunt. Several drivers just narrowly missed this situation, but some were involved. There was Kristo Greenpus, number 82 from Estonia, who hit the stationary car. So red flags are out, and it means that those cars on the track must be recovered. And the track needs cleaning as well, because there is a lot of gravel on it. So it will take best part of 10-15 minutes at least until we can take, actually not we, but until the cars will take the second start. If it will be over, and you see grid boxes 2 and 4 are empty. This is Olivier Villeneuve, number 55. Actually, it looked like his car was more or less okay, but it is now pulled onto the flatbed. It was just beached in the gravel on its belly, couldn't move. But otherwise, looking from the outside, I would say it is more or less intact. Unlike cars number 10 and 99, that Leo Messenger and Alex Ivanov. Ivanov car looks very second-hand. He took at least 2 hits. The first one was very slight, through turn 1, which sent his car out of control, spinning in front of the whole field. And then he hit Messenger the second time. Here is once again. Jovaisha is on the inside, Messenger in the middle, and yes, I would say that if there is somebody to blame, it was maybe Ivanov, who didn't stay on the outside but tried to go to the inside, a little bit to the inside. But of course, if you are three wide into turn one and you are on the outside, it is almost impossible situation for you. You can't go out there as a winner. And this is Alex Ivanov. His race was over actually before it started, before turn two. And the same is right for Leo Messenger. Janauskas is really battered on the right side. I would suspect it's not only body damage, but rear axle seems to be in a very strange position as well. Of course, there were several hits, at least 2, or maybe 3, or maybe even more. So no wonder that, and the cover of the exterior mirror was found somewhere as well. But I would think it's one of the smallest problems Ivanov has currently. There seems to be one more empty position on the grid. From position number 13, it belonged to Povilas Ponkjavičius. If I'm not very much mistaken. But as it stands, we are just waiting for the cars involved in crash to be recovered to the pits and track to be cleared. And it also means that the schedule will change. Maybe, and I think it's quite possible that the distance of race 1 for BMWs will be shortened. But of course, this would happen, put some pressure onto the schedule, because the 6-hour race, endurance race, must be started at 3 o'clock. So it will be quite tight. And it seems that another car from the same team so 2 cars with the same paint scheme are standing at turn 2. Leo Messenger was one of them. Yes, it's a shame. It's a shame, of course, but if you have 36 cars on the grid and entering 3 wide into turn 1, then things like this tend to happen, and only heaven knows how this incidents will end. There is car number 91, which stood its Ernest Skulte, Latvian driver. Last year we saw him driving ABC race car. This year he graduated to BMWs, but first race was not that much successful. Quite the contrary, it lasted just 1 or 2 turns. But yes, people can feel them quite well. You can do everything on the track side because more or less Pikenäki track is situated in pine forest, as you can see from this picture as well. There are lots of places to spectate. And one car is still standing on the track. Flatbed truck is now back, and Leo Messenger's car will be recovered to the pits hopefully quite soon. Red flags are out still. So few cars out, as we saw 3 at least, maybe 4, and maybe from the background somebody was hit because there was a big angle really in the front of the whole field. People didn't see where they were driving, and that was total surprise for someone of them to see stationary cars in front. And we saw that Kristo Grimpus, Estonian driver number 82, was one of them who didn't see what was happening in front. But at least Zviedris now gets another chance. His first start was far from ideal, and he was entering turn 1. He was already P4, but we can say that maybe it was his fortune he was not involved in this crash, was on the inside and managed to avoid. So Leo Messenger is going to sit in his car, which is now pulled onto the flatbed. And unfortunately for the Frenchman, his race is over. Hopefully he can return at least for race 2, but as he is not going to set any lap time, it means that even if he makes the start, he is forced to begin the race from the end of the grid. So no chance for good results anyway. Everything should be fastened. You put the car on the flatbed, you can't let it be there freely. They must be fastened, whatever the driver tells you. And Messenger is going to climb out for the car, perhaps. It's not even a long way to go back on foot, but of course you are not allowed to walk on that. And yeah, that is car number 91. We saw that from the backside, which didn't look that bad, but Ernest Skulta's car is out, and left front corner it's not missing, but it has taken quite a heavy hit. And I suspect it was his teammate Leo Messenger, whose car was the other participant in this contact. Can they repair it for race 2? I'm not sure, because according to our schedule, race 2 for BMWs will be started at 13:55. It is 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. There is some oil or some other, and Ivanov's car is back in the pits as well. So it took the most of battering in this incident for sure. And once again, this silver car on the inside is Jovaisha, in the middle number 10 is Messenger, and 99 on the outside is Ivanov. And yes, Ivanov cuts onto the right and makes a contact with Messenger, and the outcome is here. Messenger survives the initial contact, but here is the crucial moment, number 63. Another car from the same team avoids the contact, But here comes number 17, and there was 91 and 82. Kristo Greenpus and Ernest Skulte, who collided between themselves, and Skulte in turn hit messenger car as well. So Zviedri's car, here is also something to repair. Somebody damaged, but only slight. And Jovaisha, he seems survived this incident without being hit at all. At least we didn't see anything hitting him. So for Zviedris it was, yes, perhaps fortunate that he was a little bit behind, and those two on the outside through turn one both flew out, made the contact, and at least race one is now finished for them. Lots of gravel on the track. As you could see, two cars went through gravel trap sideways like rally or rallycross cars, and of course this brings a lot of gravel onto the tarmac, and tarmac must be cleaned before the cars are let onto the track once again, otherwise they can puncture their tires very easily. There are some machines, but hand brushes are still the best tools for doing it. And yes, some liquids are also on the track. You see absorbent is used. Tractor is back in the action once again. With Messenger and Ivanov out, it means that Zviedri still holds P1 at the start. Jovaisha's P3 has now turned into effective P2, and Romet Reisin, who is standing in grid box number 5, is actually third at the start, in front of last year vice champion Edvinas Žadeikis. So a lot of action, a lot of bruised and battered and crashed cars, but hopefully we can take another start in the space of a few minutes. As we saw, turn 1 and turn 2 are almost cleared already. Some gravel still there. But looking at the schedule, BMWs will be followed by Porsches once again for their race 2, and that race should start at noon, 12:00, but it's almost sure now, as the time in Riga is currently 11:40, that Porsche's race 2 will be delayed. I don't know what happens to the distance. Maybe it's shortened anyway after Porsche's 12:40 former historic, then 1320 BTC 123 and V1600 aborted touring cars, and the final sprint race today must be started at 13:55, and it will be BMW race 2, but we will see when it happens. Kristo Greenpus, number 82, was involved in that turn 2 crash as well, but from this side at least his car looks almost perfect. But if I remember correctly, he was hit from the other side, from the driver's side, and he was delayed. Rimpus is starting from 11th row, position number 21, so quite far back. Red lights, five pairs of red lights are on, and it means that nothing is happening. Actually, we are under red flag conditions, so race can be restarted very quickly. No long procedures. Race is actually just stopped. And there's still a lot of work to do in turn 2. It's on the background. Gravel seems to be out of the way now, but those absorbent, which is used when liquid is on the track, there is a lot of absorbent. Are they going to brush it away? Maybe yes, maybe not. Of course, they must distribute it on the track in the way that all the liquids will be covered. Track stays slippery a little bit for the first few laps, but more than 30 cars running over it, it will disappear very quickly. And yes, no gravel on the track anymore. And at least on the right side, it's on the outer part of turn 2, there is no absorbent as well. Now the inside must be treated as well. But I would say that we are closing in to the restart. Edwin Šadekis, P6 on the starting grid, last year vice champion in BMWs. Of course, minutes like this are very nerve-wracking for all drivers. Your adrenaline was already up, and then suddenly red flag, and now you can't do anything. You must just wait, keep your concentration. Martis Lapinš from P8. There are 2 cars missing in front of him, so effectively he is now P6. Actually, he was even P7, so now he is 5th. And this is view from his car. Car number 5, BMW 325, the yellow one. Christian Isoskerko last year, 3rd place man last season. Actually, he was bronze winner in Baltic Championship. So, and this picture tells us what? I would say that we are done for now. Track is almost ready for the race to be restarted. Some confusion among the marshals. Tractor is still working. Maybe 1 or 2 runs over the absorbent are still needed. But more or less, I would say that the work is already done there. Hopefully, if we get the restart, it will be without crashes, especially during the first lap. Of course, drivers are now a little bit more aware what can happen. This is Pullman Valtiras Viedris. in his car number 121. And yes, during the first attempt to race, Svedri's takeoff was not excellent, quite the contrary. He was jumped by 3 cars, not just Karolis Jolvaisa behind him, but also Leo Messenger and Alex Ivanov. But as we saw, Messenger and Ivanov made a contact into turn 1, and the aftermath is still here. Now it seems that the work is almost done. Marshals are going to back to their posts, and mechanics are also returning to the pits from the grid. At least audience got something for the money. On the other side, these long breaks between the races are never good. So we will see what happens next. Race will be restarted in a few minutes.
Jūs esat rītīgi Aldos par fanu, protams, visi ir nogaidījušies pēc īstām sacīkstēm, jo, kāds laiks ir pagājis, kopš mēs varam uzņemt tik daudz skatītājus tribīnēs, tā kā visu cieņu, un, protams, DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 arī ir sakārtojis pamatīgu intrigu un labas klases, labu brauciens, un arī Porsche GT3 kausu, tiešām iespēja.
The only information we have about restart is that it will be full restart, whatever it means. And perhaps it means that cars will take a warm-up lap, then will take their grid spots, and the start will be given as usual. And at least the timing screen shows that 14 laps to go, so we will see. Now all the mechanics have left the grid. Only one light is on the gantry. There are some more empty places on the grid. Number 21, who just flashed on the screen, was Matis Mezaks, the first BMW champion from 2020. Now he's planted deep in the midfield, starting from row 9. So yes, the level during those, actually it's only third season for BMW 325 Cup in Touring Car Championship. First year we had 13 cars. Last year the largest entry was 42 cars, and this year during the opening meeting we had already 50 cars. So the growth has been really extraordinary, but of course I think it has almost reached its limits. Only 36 cars are allowed to main races, and it means that 14 drivers went home yesterday evening already. Competition for them was over. Just those practices, qualification session, and that 8 lap during second chance race. And now the warm-up lap is almost completed. Svedris is already driving through Sandhill penultimate turn. Pretty soon cars will enter the main straight. I really can't tell you how many cars are there currently. But at least 4 cars are missing, that is for sure. Jovaisa is trying something like practice start. It's on the verge of regulations, because he left very large distance between himself and Poleman Zviedris. Anyway, 4 first rows are now completed. 14 more rows. Zviedris, Jovaisa, racing Lapinš. This is right row on the grid. Both positions, 2nd, 3rd, 5th and 7th. All very fast. Maybe racing in this company is not very much experienced. He did his first BMW race last year only. Have raced in sprints and rallies, but not on circuit. So everything seems to be okay now. Grid has more or less formed. And according to the information I have, the race should happen over 14 laps. Now everybody is ready.
Jūs esat gatavi, jo mēs esam pamatīgi gatavi. Valters Zviedris no pole position, atkārtotais starts, BMW 225 kaus iecīņā.
And the start is given, and this time Zviedris took much better start. He stays in front of Jovaisa. So Zviedris, Jovaisa, and who is going to be third? Is it Lapinš or is it Reisin? Seems to be Lapinš is on the inside, Reisin is on the outside into turn 2. And yes, there was a lesson for all drivers. And number 55 car of Olivier Villeneuve is back on the track. He was transported away on the flatbed, but now he's back. Zviedris, Jovaisa, Lapinš, Reisin is the top 4. Žadeikis, who started from 5th, has lost several positions already. And Lapinš, he's here. Number 63, Kristianis Oskerko, is in 5th behind Reisin, and Reisin is now attacking Lapinš into the cinema. Can they go through? Oh, it was close, it was really close, but they didn't make contact. And Lapinš here is... Whoa, what a move this was now. It was by number 6, Jonas Ramanauskas, who managed to overtake Reisin through the witch kettle, and that was really bold move. Anyway, lap 1 is completed, and you can see that Zviedris and Jovaisa have already run away from all the others, and now Reisin is trying to retaliate to Ramanauskas. Is he going to do it under braking? No, he's not. Oskerko has dropped to 6th. So Ramanauskas had made really good progress from his 5th row starting position. First 2 are already gone, I would say, and Lapinš now has also nice empty track in front of him, and Ramanauskas behind him must battle with Reisin for P4. So if Lapinš has some speed, he can now simply go away from those 2, actually those 3, because Oskerko is in that company as well. Juuso-Vuokka, number 56, was actually, he is currently in 7th. He's perhaps the most high-profile driver in this field. And this is Reisin now trying to take back his position from Ramanauskas. Ramanauskas runs wide a little bit, and does it give a chance to Racing, at least Racing tries, but Ramanauskas is making lots of mistakes currently. Exited onto the main straight, Ramanauskas still in front. Battles are going on everywhere, and now side by side into turn one. Ramanauskas on the inside, Racing on the outside. Racing thinks the better of it. Is he going to attack under braking? No, he's not, because Oskerko is there as well, as is Puhakka. And as is number 19, Carmen Graf, the sole lady driver in this field. He has climbed from her 14th position to 8th already. And she is fast, make no mistake. Even being only 16 years old girl, she is extremely fast. Last year she showed it with the pole position at Pärnu. So everybody must be aware of her. With 30+ car field, you can expect battles everywhere. But let's concentrate onto this battle for P4. Jonas Ramanauskas still holding this 4th place. But Roman Racing is all over him with Krišjānis Oskerko, Juuso Puhakka and Carmen Graf a few meters behind. And Lapins in front of them has not managed to escape. So Ramanauskas is currently, and it was Graf who tried to attack Puhakka into final turn. They collided and Puhakka is off, is out as well. But there was quite a severe hit. And it's a shame. I think Puhakka is out of this race, and Graf must be very fortunate if she will escape without any punishment. Yes, Puhakka is driving into the pits. That was shame. That was shame. But this battle for P3 now is continuing. Puhakka is out. Graf dropped away. But Lapins, Ramanauskas, Racing and Oskerko are still very much together, and once again now into the hospital turn. Racing showed himself, but the good news for them is that Lapins is still there. He didn't manage to escape from them despite having free track in front of him. Meanwhile, Zviedris and Jovaisha are already some 6 seconds further down the road. And I would say that Lapins has some problems with the traction of his cars. It's all over the place. Of course, those cars must be driven that way. But the more you are sliding, the more you are taking from your tires. And now Racing is going to attack Ramanauskas. He's on the inside going into turn one, and he's by. So Comet Racing has taken P4 from Jonas Ramanauskas. 4 laps are completed. And here they go. And Ramanauskas is having trouble because he's dropping away from Racing, and now Oskerko is all over him already. So maybe his tire pressure was a little bit high at the start. It may be a reason why he was able to attack just from the word go. But now he's struggling, he's really struggling. Meanwhile, Racing is now in the wake of Lapins already. And this is Ramanauskas keeping P5 from Oskerko. Šadekis is now 7th. Graf is still 8th. But further 3 seconds back from this group. And let's see what Racing can. This is from Zviedris' car. There was one car in front of him. It's probably some back marker. Zviedris, Jovaisha, 1 point, and he's racing, going to repeat the same move on Lapis. Yes, he is. So Romet Racing takes third from Martin Lapis. Is he going to take it? Yes. Can he keep it is another question. Yes, he can. So Romet Racing, 2 nice moves, very bold moves through turn 1. Actually, he had so good top speed on the main straight that he was basically in front of his rivals already entering turn 1, and those on first occasion Ramanauskas, and on the second occasion it was Lapis. They just had to surrender, there was no question about it. But unfortunately for Racing, first 2, Zviedris and Jovaisha, are 8 seconds away. So what Racing must do now is to just put some air between him and Lapins and not make any mistakes. Lapins, meanwhile, now must look at his mirrors, because Ramanauskas and Oskerko are becoming larger and larger there, and Žadeikis is closing in as well. Žadeikis has been a little bit faster than Ramanauskas and Oskerko in front of him. Fastest lap by Zviedris, 1:33.7. Now Carmen Graf is in the lead of this group, number 19. She has dropped to P9 already, and this is now Oskerko thinking about overtaking Ramanauskas, but Ramanauskas changed his direction in the last moment, and Oskerko countered with a little tap entering turn 2. And Žadeikis has caught them, so Žadeikis is certainly the fastest of that trio. This group is in the beginning of second 10 from positions 9 on. This is number 79, currently 12, and here comes Žadeikis side by side with Oskerko into cinema turn. Did they survive? Seems they did, but who is going to be in front is the question. And Žadeikis has overtaken Oskerko for 6th. So last year vice champion who watched the start has now fighting back, and some details, minor details, are flying on the track. Nobody has time to pay attention to that. So Carmen Graf, number 19, is leading this large group. Janis Hans, Ramunas Čapkauskas in that car number 1, and it was Janis Hans who went wide between turns 1 and 2 onto the gravel, and it poses a chance to Čapkauskas to overtake his Latvian rival. They are closely together now on the background, and here they come. Hans in that bright blue car. And Čapkauskas just behind in that yellow and red one. And Hans is defending into the hospital. And Žadeikis has now managed to overtake Ramanauskas as well into cinema. We didn't see this scene until then, but yes, and Žadeikis is now in 5th. Otto Lapins is more than 1.5 seconds in front of him, but with 5 more laps, even 6 laps to go, everything seems to be possible, because Žadeikis has been much faster than those behind him. Racing is safe. Lapins perhaps as well. But the question is that can Šadeikis recover this 2.28 seconds he have lost to Lapins during first 8 laps? And Hans is still here in front of Čapkauskas, while Mattis Mežaks is battling with number 17 Artyom Kotslamazashvili, and Mežaks is now in front of Kotslamazashvili, and Berzins is just behind him, so no easy life for Kotslamazashvili here. Mežaks is currently 11th in front of this group. And the question is about Šadeikis mainly, who is now 5th. Can he do something about Lapins in front of him? Oškerko has dropped away a little bit, but just a little bit. And Carmen Graf, who is still in 9th, has caught Paulius Urbonavicius in front of her. Urbonavicius in that red car you saw in the background. Berzins goes very wide, exiting. Can he save it? Yes, he could. He lost several positions, but what a save by Toms Berzins. What a save. That was very critical. He could have hit the wall on whichever side of the track or some competing cars, but he managed to hold on, turn onto the track. Although lost several positions, but can drive on. Let's look it once more. Goes over the curb, goes over the other curb onto the grass. Some rally crossing and back onto the tarmac. Whoa, that was a moment. That was a really tight moment for Toms Berzins. So Zviedris now has almost 3-second advantage over Jovaisa. Raisin is safely in 3rd, Lapins is in 4th, but Šadeikis is faster, there is no question about it. Šadeikis last time was about half a second faster than Lapins in front of him. And it is certainly not a good news for Lapins. Here is Raisin, then Lapins, then Šadeikis, and yes, Šadeikis is closing in. Now it's only 1.3 seconds between them. It was 1.7 one lap ago. And with 4 more laps to go, it is going to be not that interesting for Lapins. It's going to be tight, perhaps. Šadeikis is going to be able to catch his Latvian rival. But of course, as usually, overtaking is completely different story. Mežaks and Kotslamazashvili here. They are still battling on. Hans has dropped away a little bit. And in turn, Čapkauskas has dropped away from Hans. Meanwhile, Graf is keeping pressure on Urbonavicius. But no changes of positions here either. Number 21, Mattis Mežaks, the Baltic champion 2 years ago, now deep in the midfield. Actually, if I remember correctly, he was a champion in front of Ramūnas Čapkauskas, who is now 3 positions behind him. Anyway, they were main actors during that first session, and this was Carmen Graf, number 19, who is now all over Jonas Urbonavicius. Paulius Urbonavicius, sorry, here they go. Urbonavicius in front, Graf just behind him, and Graf is faster, that is certain, 3 laps to go. But how much faster can she overtake Lithuanian? seems that Mežaks and Kotslamazashvili is joining the same party. And it's the main battle on the track now, because those in front, they have more or less bigger gaps. But Paulius Urbanavicius in P8, he is holding back. Carmen Grav is now already defending against Mežaks. We remember had that contact with Puhaka in the early stages of that race. But looking at the front, I would say that at least Viedris and Jovaisa have the result in their pocket, maybe racing as well, because Lapins is now almost 3 seconds behind, but Žadeikis has caught Lapins with 2 laps to go. The gap between them is less than 1 second. While Urbanavicius is still holding his P8. Number 7, Paulius Urbanavicius in that red car. Carmen Grav behind him, then Matis Mežaks, Artjoms Kotslamazashvili, Janis Hans and Ramonas Čapkauskas on the background as well. If those in front are going to make some mistakes, both Hans and Čapkauskas may be able to capitalize on it. And here they go over the bridge. Now Kotslamazashvili. Here is Žadeikis and Lapins in front of him. So they are disputing P4, and Lapins is making his car as wide as he can. So it was on the verge of what is allowed, on the limit of regulations, I would say. It was not a pure zigzagging, but changing directions more than one time. And you can see how different lines they are going to take through which kettle. The question is, can Žadeikis find a place? Good places here. If you can exit onto the main straight better than your rival, as we saw with Promet Racing, but I would say that Žadeikis has not a better top speed than Lapins, and more than that, no, Lapins is still in front. Final lap has begun. Lapins still in P4, Žadeikis still in P5. But just a few centimeters separating them. Krišjānis Oskerko is further back, more than 2 seconds, so he's not going to directly be involved in this duel. Over the bridge once again, and Žadeikis goes a little bit wide. Now it's very tough for Lapins. He's going to defend the inside line into Hospital. Can he do it? There was inevitable contact, and they are side by side, but still Lapins is in front. Just few turns more. So I would say that now it's Lapins' place to lose. But here is the leader, Martel Sviedris, the poleman. He is exiting the final turn. Checkered flag will be shown to him. And Walter Sviedris has won race 1 for BMWs. Last year champion Karolis Jovaisa is second. Promet Racing will be third, but who is going to be fourth? And it will be Martin Lapins. He battled with Edvinas Žadeikis until the final turn. Žadeikis will be fifth, and Krišjānis Oskerko almost caught them. Jonas Ramanauskas will be seventh, Paulius Urbanavicius eighth, Carmen Grav ninth, and Matis Mežaks 10th. Although Grav, we saw her colliding with Juuso Puhaka, and Grav may get a penalty for it. Of course, it's for jury to decide. We will see. But yes, this was definitely a good race, and this is the winner, Valter Zviedris, starting from pole position. And it seems that Jovaisa's fastest lap was better than Zviedris, and it means that Jovaisa will start race 2 from pole position and Zviedris from P2. Yes, it looks like so, but who are going to be the next? We will know a little bit later. Anyway, that was BMW Race 1. We got a spectacle which we expected. Of course, if you have 36 more or less equal cars on the track, then the spectacle is almost guaranteed. And it was, and it was. Top 8 in front of you. And yes, you can see from here that Krišjānis Oskerko almost caught Šadeikis and Lapinš during the final lap. Carmen Krav, the sole lady driver in this race, 9th overall, in front of first season champion Matis Mežaks. Lithuanian legend Ramonas Čapkauskas, 13th. And last year, 4th placeman in overall classification, Enar Klaus Kuhlmann, only 20th this time. Of course, his qualification was not very good yesterday as well. Uldis Timaks, again one very versatile Latvian driver, and Puhaka was actually, yes, Puhaka with only 8 laps. He drove the race but will be not classified, and those 4 cars were involved in first race. So now interview, over to Oskars.
Nu, mēs esam notikumu epicentrā šobrīd pašā labākajā vietā, un Valters Zviedris, pirmā brauciena uzvarētājs! Woo! Tas bija vareni, Valter, super, apsveic ar uzvaru. So we are live here in a Port Fermé after the BMW 325 Cup Race 1, and then Latvian Valters Zviedris took a very, very beautiful win. And Valters, talk us through the race. So first of all, on the first race start, what was going on there in the track? First of all, what was with your start? Did you lose a gear or something?
Yeah, it was a little bit too much overwhelmed with the situation, and couldn't put in second gear. I overspin the car. It's too fast, just too fast. I couldn't put in second gear. But in second start, I managed to do very well, and the race was amazing. Had more pace even in the car, so just saving the tires for second race and happy with the result.
Well, looking at the lap times, didn't look like you were saving the tires. You were flat out there.
Yeah, there's some more pace possible to go, but you know, I need to think for race 2 as well, because I saw a second driver was like nice gap behind, so I could little bit ease off the throttle.
Yeah, well, obviously you got out lucky from the race accident on race 1. It was unbelievable. The footage we saw, oh my God, it was crazy. How did you manage to get out of there?
Yeah, it was crazy. I lost the start, and there's like 6 cars in front. One is facing like this, other one is facing like this. It's crazy. Rocks flying everywhere. Like, I hope all drivers and cars are okay, because the incident looked pretty crazy. But yeah, luckily there was a restart, and I can restart my race as well. But I have pace, so hopefully in second race I can finish first as well.
Right, we fingers crossed, Valters. Good job, you're the man. LV Racing, this is our guys. Nu, ko apsveicam, protams, Valters Vieda LV Racing nopelnījuši pamatīgi labu darbu izdarījuši, nopelnījuši uzvaru. Vispārējie, protams, arī, un Valters, kā jau Valters stāstīja, viņam ļoti paveicās no pirmā brauciena incidentu tātad izkļūt sveikā cauri, un attiecīgi otrā brauciena starts izdevās labāks. Pirmajā braucienā kaut ko nesaslēdz ar ātrumiem. Nedaudz nokļūdījās ar šo saslēgšanos, pazaudēja uzreiz ļoti daudz pozīcijas. Otrajā braucienā viņam bija iespēja šo te kļūdu nepieļaut un sakārtot ļoti labu braucienu. Tagad tas viņam ir izdevās. Apsveicam vēlreiz uzvaru un ļoti skaists pēdestāvs Latvija, Lietuva, Igaunija. Tā kā redzēsim, kāds būs otrais brauciens, bet jebkurā gadījumā palieciet uz viļņa, būs ļoti jaudīgi DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Aiziet!
So that was BMW Race 1. Now we are going to switch from one German make to another. Porsches will take the track next. Their race should start at 12 o'clock, but of course we are behind the schedule due to that crash in BMW race. And there are cars already waiting at the pit exit. 12:25 is the time in Riga right now, and the race will be started in a few minutes. Anyway, the starting grid was determined by race 1 fastest laps, and exactly the same I thought during yesterday's practices has happened. So top 3 are all my namesakes. My name is Toomas Vabamäe, and Toomas Padovani will start from P1, Tommi Haru will start from P2, and Toomas Kangro will start from P3, who is race 1 winner. Kaius Šiksnelis starting from P4. So we have again 4 different nations in top 4. Mantas Janavicius, number 5, who was lonely 5th in race 1, starts from P5 as well, and number 73 Estonian driver Gert Jugala starts from 6th. Nicolas Pirtilahti 7th and Olli Kangas 8th. Those two were battling for P6 for the best duration of race 1. And this is the picture from Kaius Šiksnelis Porsche. He took pole position yesterday, and as you saw, race 1 led from the lights till the flags. But the lap times of Padovani, Haru and Kango were a little bit better than those of Šiksnelis. The question is, can he now overtake those 3 Thomases in front of him? We didn't see many overtakings during race 1 apart from Nicolas Pirtilahti and Olli Kangas, who were battling for P6 there. Actually, Pirtilahti overtook Kangas at least 3 or 4 times, but every time Kangas managed to take his place back. 3 times in succession it happened in turn 2, and 4th time when Pirtilahti went by, he could hold his position through the at least half of a lap, but then started to make mistakes and Kangas sailed by once again. But that was in race 1. Now cars are already taking their positions on the grid for race 2. Race 1 winner Kaius Šiksnelis as well. So yes, Šiksnelis is driving his very first car race. Actually, it was in the morning, which was very first for him. And he managed to take not only pole position for that, and now over to Oskars.
Artur. So, welcome back to DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 start grid. And here we go, it's the Porsche GT3 Cup Race 2. And it's going to be very interesting to watch because of one reason. Thomas Padovani set the fastest lap time in race 1 and now is going to start from pole position. Only 300ths of a second. Can you imagine? 300ths of a second between him and Tommi Haru, who's going to be in P2 starting race 2. And the winner of race 1, the fast young Lithuanian gun, will only start from P4. So Kaius Šiksnelis, the winner of race 1 from P4. This is a very good chance for Thomas to fight for the win overall. Obviously, 2 prize-giving ceremonies for each race, but this is going to be really interesting right now.
Yeah, well, second race, different position for me. Let's see turn 1, if I can keep this position.
How did it feel in race 1?
The rhythm was crazy, really crazy. I mean, the speeds in GT is like the fastest for this track I have seen.
All right, we wish you best of luck. See you out there racing. Thomas Padovani from P1. It's the best place to be in a racetrack before a race begins. And here we go. We see rest of the field now packing up. They're ready to rock and roll. I hope you are too. Wherever you're watching, join us. Facebook, YouTube, or TV4. We're happy to deliver all of the racing action this weekend from DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. It's fantastic. Start of the season opener, round 1 of the Baltic Touring Car Championship, and loads of drama as well, as we saw before in the BMW 325 Cup. There's loads more to come, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and if you happen to be around Riga or Latvia, just join us here in the racetrack. It's beautiful out there, the sun is shining, the weather's perfect, and it's getting even warmer and warmer. Nu, ko, dāmas un kungi, tad Porsche GT3 kausa otrais brauciens, un Thomas Padovani pirmajā braucienā uzstādīja labāko apju laiku, 1 par nieka 3 sekundes simtaļām ātrāks. Viņš bija par Tommi Haru un šobrīd pacīnīsies par otrā brauciena uzvaru. Būs interesanti. Pirmā brauciena uzvarētājs lietuvietis Kaius Šiksnelis, kuram šī bija Pirmais brauciens vispār mūžā ar salona automašīnu. Tātad šoreiz startēs tikai no 4. pozīcijas. Tagad redzēsim, uz ko viņš būs spējīgs kārtīgā kontaktcīņā, kur viņam izpalika pirmajā braucienā. Tagad būs jāpastrādā kārtīgi un jāpacīnās par uzvaru. Bet, nu, jebkurā gadījumā Tomas Padāvanis saka, viņš ļudās ļoti labi pirmajā braucienā. Temps bija labs, ātrums bija labs. Mašīna uzvedās fantastiski, un viņš minēja, ka iespējams vienu no ātrākajiem braucieniem, kādu viņš vispār ir aizvadījis Biķernieku trasē. Tā kā redzēsim. Tas viss tūlīt DeWALT Grand Prix 2022 GT3 Porsche kausa izcīņas otrais brauciens. Aiziet!
Thank you, Oskars, and back to the business. Here's the starting grid, and I can tell you that Padovani, Haru, Gangro and Signalis best lap times from race 1 were separated by a little bit more than 1/10 of a second. So at least on the best lap times, they were extremely close. Although the gaps at the finish were a little bit larger. All 16 cars are on the grid once again. And they are going on to their actually 2 warm-up laps, and then the rolling start will be given. As you heard from Tomas Padovani, he told that the pace was really good during race 1. But we didn't see many battles between the leaders. Top 4 actually escaped quite quickly from all the others, and 5th place Antas Janavicius was on his own for the best part of the race at all. A lot of free tarmac in front of him and behind him as well. But now when the possibly fastest guy, this one, Kaius Signalis, is only in P4. Let's see if we can see some overtaking maneuvers between the front runners. And as Tomas Padovani put in his interview, the main thing is to go through turn 1 and 2 safely. We saw what can happen there. BMW drivers, somewhat unfortunate. One of them couldn't manage it. There was a long red flag. The race was stopped. Hopefully Porsches can make it through safely. We are about 35 or even a little bit more minutes behind our schedule due to that red flag. But yeah, it's part of motor racing. Accidents happen, and aftermath must be cleared. Everything recovered. That was exactly what happened. Talking about those cars, we have 16 cars on the grid, and 11 of them are the newest category, not category, but newest generation 992 cars. Then we have 4 991.2 cars, and only one, number 19, that of Nicolas Pirtilahti, is a slightly older 991.1 version. But as we saw from Pirtilahti's performance in race 1, it didn't hinder him very much. He was in the fight for P6 for best part of the race with Olli Kangas. And now here they come, Pirtilahti number 19 and Kangas number 11. Now going through which kettle, it means that yes, the grid is forming in front of them for the rolling start. Safety car is now already on its way to the pits, and number 77, Thomas Padovani, is dictating the pace. Big Poleman number 22, Jari Ollila, is last on the grid, 16th. Now the cars on the main straight. And lights are off, and it was Thomas Kangro who made a very good start on the inside. But it is Padovani who stays in front, but who is going to be second? It is going to be one of Thomas's, it's for sure. But which one? They are still side by side, but I think it is Thomas Kangro who is currently second. Yes, he is. Tommi Haru is third, and Kai Schiksnell is fourth, as he was at the start. But now all over Haru. 14 laps is the distance in this race as well. And this is Schiksnell who is showing himself behind Haru already, because he must rush. You can't wait here, otherwise first two can simply escape into the distance, and it will be really difficult to catch them in the later part of the race. There is a group of 4. Janavicius is still 5th, as he was in the qualification and in race 1, but Schiksnell is still all over Haru. Now the all-important exit onto the main straight, and yes, Schiksnell is much faster. Can he take the inside line into turn 1? Yes, he can, and it means almost in a no. Schiksnell was on the inside, but Haru was very aggressive on the outside, and it means that Haru still holds P3 in front of Schiksnell. But I think Schiksnell really made a wise decision not to force this issue, but on the other hand, Padovani and Kangro have got a good gap already in front of them, while Janavicius is now holding off Pirttilahti. But once again here, Haru in front, Schiksnell is behind him. Haru was really brave. And here is Pirttilahti overtaken. Yes, he was overtaken by number 11, Olli Gagas. Been quite a lot of changes in positions. Here is Janavicius, and now he's in front of Eerola. But question, who is going to be third? Haru or Schiksnell? This time Schiksnell is not attacking Haru into turn 1. Maybe under braking into turn 2. It. Number 20 is Raimoniemi, he's currently 12th. But Haru is here still in front of Schiksnell, while Padovani and Kangro have certainly escaped from them. Haru is now almost 2 seconds behind Kangro and holding off Schiksnell. Can he do it for the duration of all those 14 laps? The main thing is to avoid mistakes. Schiksnell, of course, is very experienced racer in go-karts, but has minimum experience with Porsches, this being his first meeting. Through all that experience he gathers, maybe for good use in his main series this year, and he's flashing his lights, showing Haru that you are hindering my progress, which is certainly true. And interestingly here, Janavicius has 2 cars directly behind him, and this is from Schiksnell's car approaching bridge turn. Now we go with the bridge. And he's as close as it is possible. Of course, it's possible to get closer, but there is no idea to do it. And on the background, there is number 1, Olli Kangas, who has just overtaken Gert Jugala for 7th. And looking at the lap times, Padovani and Kangro in front are not that much faster than Haru and Sixnelis, just 3 or 4 tenths per lap. So it's definitely, but what you can see is that Janavicius has closed in to Sixnelis. So it means that Haru is now defending as hard as he can. But yes, the question is, how long is he able to do that without any mistakes? For sure, Sixnelis, I'm almost sure Sixnelis is not going to make some silly moves. There is no point for him to do that. But basically for him there is only one good overtaking opportunity, and it is on the main straight. It means you must have a very good exit from the final turn. And then you can simply sail by, but as we saw on one occasion, even this was not enough. Haru was very aggressive entering turn 1, and it meant that Sixnelis had to left. You can see that the brake lights on Sixnelis cars are on for quite a long time, and it means that Sixnelis is holding back. Now, this time, no, he's not close enough, maybe under braking, but it means that Haru must make a mistake in front of him, which Haru is not doing. And we have a train of 6 cars as a result. Haru, Sixnelis, Janavicius, Eerola, Kangas and Jugala. From P4, P3 even, down to P8. Of course, the performance of those cars are so closely matched, even they may be not exactly the same cars. They are so closely matched that it's almost impossible. So number 39, it is Jani Kägelä, who is shown to be in the pits. And it looks this race is over for him, or is he going to return to the track? And those are 2 leaders, Thomas Padovani and Thomas Kangro, separated by less than 1 second. But what is going on in the background? And Sixnelis has now got very good exit, and this time he goes on to the outside. It's not a good place to be. You can't overtake from there. And Haru being the cork from the bottle means that Kangro has now already 5 seconds away from third place Haru. So whatever Sixnelis will do during the remaining 8 laps, he has no real chance to catch those 2 leaders anymore. And yeah, that's happened when can happen when you start not from the front row but from P4 and get caught behind a little bit slower car. Not much slower, but just a little bit slower. But during last lap, Padovani and Kangro were a full second faster than Haru and all the group behind him. And Sixnelis can do nothing about Haru. while Finn is making no mistakes. This is turn 1 through the Cameron car of Signalis. Are in front of him. And that's it. Everything seems to be under control for Signalis. Of course, he would like to go a little bit faster. Not that little bit, maybe a full second faster per lap. But the hardest part of this job is to jump Haru, and until now Signalis has not found a place to do it. First half of the race is already completed. This 6-car train is staying together, led by Tommi Haru. And they even don't see two leaders anymore on the main straight. Or barely, maybe seeing our leaders are exiting the main straight. So Haru now pushed a little bit more, and it means that both him and Signalis were faster than Padovani and Kangro in the front. But it is by a few tenths, so the big picture remains the same. Padovani and Kangro are gone for this group for sure. There is no chance for them to catch leaders if those two don't make any silly mistakes. Of course, we haven't seen all the action in front, but it seems that while Kangro is putting pressure on Padovani, there has been not any moves. While in this gaggle of cars, Signalis is trying to find this crack in Harju's armor. Until now, he hasn't managed to do it. And it means that Janavicius is now all over his countrymen as well. Gaps are yo-yoing in this group. In certain parts of track they are wider, in other parts they are narrower. But yes, the best Signalis now can expect here is P3. There's still 4.5 laps to go. But this group now has cut down a little bit. They have rather good pace, but no changes of positions. Last year, not last year, but last time, the fastest driver in this group was number 11, Olli Kangas. So they are really closely matched, and these you can see two leaders in front and then the second group. But now Kangas made a mistake and Jugala is in the wake of him. But Kangas holds the line through turn 1 and 2, and Jugala can do nothing about it. Also, Kangas made another mistake exiting turn 2. Can Jugala capitalize on it? No, he couldn't. Meanwhile, Tommi Haru, who is third, has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.004. And he was some 2/10 faster than leader Thomas Padovani last time around. And Kangas, due to his 2 successive mistakes. Have dropped away a little bit from Eerola, with Jukola firmly glued to his rear wing, and Haru sets, no, not yet. Haru still has the fastest lap. And there is Daniel Skurnik, number 13, who is being lapped. Now there is some air between Haru and Sixnelis. And it's perhaps because they had to lap that slower car. I have no doubt that Sixnelis, if he wants, he is able to catch Haru once again. Because there can be a question about the temperatures of car. If you are following another car closely, the car can start to overheat. On the other hand, the temperature in Riga today is quite cool. There is some pretty good breeze, so it's not hot by any measure. 3 laps to go, and leaders are here closely together. And although Tommi Haru in third has now upped his pace, he's far too long away from those two to pose any danger for them, and onboard camera from Kaius Sixnelis' car shows that while he's still in fourth, he's now a little bit more away from Haru. Janovic is still in fifth, and Eerola still in sixth, but the gap, yes, are bigger now in that group. More or less 1 second. Penultimate lap is on the way already. Jukka Eerola in that car, number 18, this blue one, made a spin during race 1 and lost a lot of positions there. Now he's putting in a good performance, keeping 6th position for the best part of the race. And Olli Kangas behind him is not posing any danger, but the leader, Thomas Padovani, has just set the fastest lap, the first man in this race to set the time under 1:20, but first race winner, Kaius Sixnelis, answers himself and sets a best time 1:19.752. So Kaius Sixnelis has now been the fastest, but due to his position, it didn't help him very much. Last lap is already on the way, and if Tommi Haru is not going to make any silly mistake during the final half of the lap, Sixnelis must be content with P4. And Haru really was under pressure just from the start. And this is leader, Thomas Padovani, starting from pole position, holding the lead. Maybe not on the first meters, but from turn 2 he was in the lead and takes the win from race 2. Thomas Kangro is second. Tommi Haru will be third, and Kaius Sixnelis fourth. So top 3 all Thomases. Mantas Janavicius fifth, Jukka Eerola 6th, Olli Kangas 7th, Gert Jugal 8th, Raivo Tamm is 9th, and Nikolas Pirtilahti completes the top 10. So that was it. We have now finished with Porsches for today. They will have their own prize-giving ceremony right after the race when they return to Parc Fermé. But we will go on. We will go on with single-seaters, actually. Historic single-seaters, Formula Historic race will be the next one. And there will be actually, now that's the second part of the results, and this is the first one. Once again, 4 different nations in top 4, also in a little bit different succession compared to race 1. And maybe this was not as eventful a race as was the first, but still we saw some overtaking maneuvers and how Tommi Haru really put in a good performance, holding off Kaius Siksnelis for the whole 14 laps. Siksnelis was all over him during the first part of the race, first half of the race, but Haru made no one mistake, and the young Lithuanian had nothing to do, had to contend with P4. And now over to Oscars.
All right, so here we are, the finish of the Porsche GT3 Cup. Here, race 2, done and dusted in the DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. And the man on the top spot is Thomas Padovani. What a fantastic race by him. Very confident, very fast, and a beautiful way to finish the race. How do you feel?
Tired.
Really, it wasn't that bad. It looked like you're controlling the race totally.
Well, yeah, I had to slow down because the tires got like a bit warm in the rear. I slowed down and then I pushed for the last 4 laps and it was working.
Yeah, I mean, you had to push because nearly like half a second, Rangro was behind you.
I saw. I saw he was just behind, no mistake.
All right.
Yeah, very good.
So 2 podiums in 2 races, you couldn't be happier than that.
Yeah, it's good.
Awesome. So we'll see you guys on the podium straight after you finish all the chit-chat and everything, and we'll congratulate you. Thanks again. So yeah, that's it. The Porsche GT3 Cup is done and dusted, as I said, and we'll see the guys on the podium in a minute. We'll give out the award ceremony for race 1 and race 2 as well, and then we'll head on to the next races in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. What has been so far a fantastic event, so exciting to watch all of the guys battling it out, and the season opener is just fantastic. It's unbelievable. So many fans out here. Finally, we can have fans. So if you're not here, you better have a good excuse for that, because the sun is shining, the weather is perfect, the races are amazing. So see you out here. Nu, ko, dāmas un kungi, Tomas Padovani, kā jau dzirdējām, stāstīja, ka uz sacensību beigām pēdējām apļiem jau riepas uzkars pamatīgi nācās kārtīgi pastrādāt, jo Kangro jau viņam aiz muguras bija apmēram pussekundes attālumā un attiecīgi izdevās viņam noturēt savu līderu pozīciju 2 braucienos. Padovani 2 godu piedestāli, 1 otrā, 1 pirmā vieta. Es domāju, gandrīz jackpots, mazliet vēl jāpastrādā, bet katrā gadījumā viņš bija ļoti priecīgs par rezultātu, un arī mēs ļoti priecājamies par tik jaudīgām un ātrām mašīnām šeit, Biķernieku trasē DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Palieciet uz viļņa, tūlīt apbalvosim Porsche GT3 klasi, un attiecīgi ķersimies klāt jau nākamajiem braucieniem, un ja es nekļūdos, tad vēsturiskās formulas būs nākamie uz starta grīdu. Tiekamies!
Now we are done with Porsches for today. A few of them will appear, actually 2 of them as well as now, will appear tomorrow in, actually today in 6-hour race, today in the evening starting from 3 o'clock. But now the next race will be for Formula Historic, not race 2, but race 1, of course, for them. And there should be 6 cars on the grid. At least 6 cars were entered for the meeting. But yesterday evening we saw only 4 cars on the track for the qualification. And those who managed to set the time are David Kroon, who is starting from pole position. Raitis Murniaks will stand beside him in row 1. Then second row will be Indulis Rukuts and Eke-Taavi Sepper. Kroon, Murniaks and Rukuts are all Formula Mondial drivers, while Sepper has Formula Eastern. And the difference is that Formula Eastern is 1300cc engine, while Mondials are 1600cc. And Ain Lähker, number 1, and Thomas Hunt, number 78, didn't set the time yesterday during qualification, but as you can see from this picture, all 6 cars are present, at least on the starting grid. So it's good news. Let's see how many of them can finish the 10-lap race. Bear in mind that those cars are really old, Formula Historical. It's they are literally historic cars, at least 35 maybe years. Anyway, more than 30 years, all those cars are more than 30 years old, so you can imagine that it's not so easy to maintain them and race them. Of course, it's a shame that Andres Krikis, who has been ruling this car category during few last seasons, is not present. And I had a talk with him yesterday, and he said that he had a surgery and now is recovering little by little and hoping to be back in August for the races in Pärnu. So we can only hope that he will be there and wish him quick recovering. And this is Indulis Rukuts, Latvian legend. The car he drives bears his own name, Rukuts 3. Maybe older racing fans remember the car with which Rukuts built in the beginning of 1980s, which was initially orange and then painted yellow and white. It was his second car, and he lost it when it crashed here in Riga. And this is Thomas Hunt, starting from the final position. And now grid girls are going away, and it means that single-seaters are going to start their warm-up lap. Taavi Kroon is another driver who is not driving car called Estonia. This car is Estec 884, and of course the index tells you that it is a model of 1988. According to contemporary Formula 4 regulations. So Kroon and Murniaks in front row, then Rukuts and Sepper in the second row, and Lähker and Hunt in third row. Two Latvians versus 4 Estonians. During recent seasons, we have seen that although the majority of the drivers are coming from Estonia and almost all cars are named Estonia, the Latvian drivers have had upper hand. Last year, for example, Baltic Championship in Mondial was won by Andris Rygos, and Eastern title went to Germany, to Hartmut Heidicke. So the numbers doesn't make the quality, or the quantity doesn't make the quantity in this case. But we will see. Those historic cars will race over 10 laps. The good news, of course, is that top 3 from yesterday's qualification, Kroon, Murnieks and Rūkuts, were quite closely matched. And as I told, those cars may be quite fragile. And we will see. Hopefully they can finish all of them. The speed difference will be significant also, because at least number 11, Eke Tavi-Sepper, the sole driver driving Formula Eastern, was significantly slower than all his co-competitors yesterday during qualifying. But it was yesterday. It was yesterday. Today it's another day, another race. So, warm-up lap is completed. Marshal will show green flag at the back of the grid. That's it. And now start procedure is underway. Rūkuts in 3rd and Sepper in 4th. Three, 4, 5 lights. And here we go. So it was Murnieks who made the best start. Rūkuts was a little bit boxed, but eventually it is Kroon who leads through turn 1. Rūkuts is 2nd, and on the inside Murnieks was forced to 3rd. Then there is Hunt, then there is Lähker, and somewhere there on the background was Sepper as well. Managed to jump Murnieks. Oh, and it is Hunt who is driving through the gravel over the bridge. It is exactly the same place where Rūkuts lost his car back in. And this is Ain Lähker in gravel, and it means we can have a safety car, because where it was, I'm not sure. Was it turn 2? Actually, it makes no difference. Top 3 are all together. Rūkuts managed to jump Murnieks, while Kroon holds his lead. So let's see. Of course, there are so few cars on the track. Kroon, Rūkuts, Murnieks is the standing after lap 1. Hunt is still 4th. Let's see what happened now. This is start. So yes, Rūkuts had a really good takeoff, but was boxed behind 2 cars, and into turn 1 managed to overtake Murnieks. This is Thomas Hund running through the gravel trap after the breach. And that is number 19 Lähker. Where is he standing? I'm not sure, but anyway, he has left the car, and probably we are not going to have safety car, of course, which is a good news. The main thing for those on the track is not to go off in the same place and hit the stationary car. And as it stands, lap 2 is close to completion, and Taavi Kroon is still in lead, but Indulis Rukuts is putting some pressure on him, while Aitis Murnieks has dropped away by a few seconds. And this is Thomas Hund after his excursion to the gravel, and this engine sounds very wrong, and you could see there is some steam coming out from the engine as well. And this is Rukuts attacking Kroon into the hospital turn. Was not successful yet, but Kroon is certainly under pressure from Rukuts, there is no doubt. For whatever reason, our timing system shows that Murnieks is second, but I can assure he's not. He's in third, behind Kroon and Rukuts. Perhaps the timing transponder on Rukuts' car is not working, but that red car belongs to Rukuts, and he's still in second, although he's now dropped a few tenths to Kroon. And he's back in timing. 0.8 seconds behind, while Murnieks is now losing time to Rukuts, and he's not in the same group anymore. And with Hund slowing, so 2 yellow flags, there is big danger. Is it for... Yes. It's on the breach where Lähker's car is standing. Maybe, although I don't think there was some collision between him and Hund, because they were separated by a few seconds already before that. Anyway, Lähker's car is standing in the gravel trap after the breach. It is very, very dangerous place. So drivers must lift there, certainly. And it seems that the fate for Murnieks is now clear. He is not endangering nor Kroon nor Rukuts. They are clearly in front already and catching Sepper. So Sepper will be in this picture. He will lap in few seconds. He's very slow here. Hopefully blue flags are shown to him. Yes, there is blue flag. So Sepper knows faster cars are approaching from behind. And Murnieks is now more than 16 seconds losing to the leader, more than 16 seconds, and he has dropped the pace. His last lap time was 1:39, while those two in front did 1:25s. So certainly, almost certainly, I would assume something is wrong with his car as well. And even Hund is continuing, despite that steam pouring out of his engine. Hopefully he's not going to cook it completely. White flag means slow car, and it should be Hund then. And yes, that which shows his hand that he's going to be slow. He's going to, yeah, he's entering the pits, and probably the race is over for Thomas Unt as well. And now Rukuts, despite not being that far back, the pressure is not what it was for Krohn. And Murnieks is in the pits as well, so we have only 3 cars left moving. Taavi Krohn and Indulus Rukuts in this picture. And Eki Taviseper somewhere on the track. And looks like Rukuts has now decided that he's not able to keep the pace. Krohn is developing in front of him. Taavi Krohn just set the fastest lap, 1:24.9. Rukuts was only 2/10 slower. But now they're going to complete 6 laps. Let's see what the gap will be. A little bit more than 1 second, so more or less still. Rukuts is still in the game, not that far back. And he lost just 1 more tenth to Krohn. While Krohn set the fastest lap, 1:24.6. as the screen graphic showed. Meanwhile, the third car on the track, Eki Taviseper, his lap time was 1:50, so he's losing some 20 or 25 seconds per lap to those 2 in the picture. Let's see if Rukuts has something left for the final 3.5 laps. Until now, Krohn has led from the moment the lights went off. Rukuts had a slightly better takeoff, but his problem was that 2 cars in front, both Krohn and Murnieks, blocked his way, and he had to lift for a moment, and that meant even if he went by Murnieks into turn 2, Krohn was in the lead by that time and already gone for Rukuts. Also, look at this picture. Rukuts has set the fastest lap time under 1:24 and has caught Krohn, and Krohn makes mistake exiting turn 2. Is it a chance for Rukuts? Yes, it is. They are now side by side, and Rukuts is going to the outside, and Indulis Rukuts has taken the lead. Is there something wrong with Krohn's car? And did I see correctly that Lacker's stationary car was not there anymore? So only 2.5 laps to go, and suddenly it became very interesting because Indulis Rukuts managed, out of nothing, out of the blue, managed to overtake Taavi Krohn for the lead. Krohn lost the speed for a few moments, and that was it. Is it enough for Rukuts? Once again, I have to mention that those cars are very old and fragile. Anything can happen to them, even during those 2 final laps. Indulis Rukuts is now, as a leader, starting his penultimate lap, and this was the moment Rukuts took the lead. It was as Krohn had no drive out of the turn. Maybe something to gear switching was wrong or whatever. But here they go. Indulis Rukuts in front, and Taavi Krohn behind him. And the gap is growing now quickly. It is not that large, but certainly Krohn is not that fast anymore. Or isn't he? They are now going to lap Tavi Sepper for the second time. And suddenly Krohn is all over Rukuts once again. It's just a little bit. Here they go. Sepper was overtaken already before the beach kettle, and this may have been the crucial mistake from Krohn, going onto the gravel with his right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to roll the Baltic Endurance Championship 6-hour endurance race here in DeWALT Grand Prix 2022, the season opener. What an amazing event has been so far. But this is going to be a very, very tough race, a lot of hours to cover, and a lot of fun to watch. So now on the start grid, on the pole position, we have the Porsche Baltic team. Obviously, we've seen the car already in the racetrack in the Porsche GT3 Cup races. Now the guys are ready to rock and roll. And let's see, they've done a good job in the qualification run. They're on the best spot possible, but we don't have a lot of time, which means in few minutes, the guys are going to be out there racing. So we see another Porsche on the front row. That's AS Motorsports. Obviously, another Lithuanian crew. They're also ready to roll. And who do I see? It's Ramūnas Čipkauskas behind the steering wheel. Could that be true? That is completely true. Ramūnas is getting ready. He had a very, very fun race with the BMW 325 Cup, and now it's not enough for Ramūnas. It's never enough for the fast Lithuanian. He always has to race something. And to be behind the wheel of a beautiful Porsche, you have to enjoy that, obviously. So, guys, let's just get ready. We'll stay tuned. We'll talk to the drivers and team managers in the paddock as well during the 6-hour race. We'll have a chat. We'll talk about the tire strategies, to talk about all the difficulties, whatever they're facing. So we'll bring you all the action throughout the 6 hours up until 9 o'clock in the evening. Nu ko, draugs mīļie? 6 stundu Baltijas izturības sacīksts tūlīties vaļā. DeWALT Grand Prix 2022. Tātad ļoti, ļoti jaudīgi esam iesākuši šo nedēļas nogali, un tagad esam gatavi kārtīgai izturības sacīkstē šos te abas skaistos Porsche, jo mēs esam redzējuši trasē šodien, un tagad viņi dosies trasē jau vairāku pilotu sastāvā, notiks pilotu maiņas un dažādas lietas, tā kā
And here we go. Two Porsches disputing the lead. Number 92 was exactly the same car which was driven by Kaius Šiksnelis to the victory in today's Porsche Cup Race 1. And this is a view from Black Rose Racing Volkswagen's onboard camera. Honda right in front of them. Antti Rammo is driving Honda and Tuomas Maloniai is driving that Volkswagen. They both were at the wheel yesterday during the qualification as well, but here you can see that Maloniai overtakes Rammo already for P3 during the opening lap. Maciej Kioska Peugeot is still in 5th, but yeah, no, not anymore, because that Porsche Cayman GT4 is already overtaken that white Peugeot and is currently holding 5th. And something is wrong with ALM Honda. Yes, it is smoking. Just one lap and the car has already hit the problem. And I would say that the smoke comes from the engine. So what a bad fate, what a cruel fate for them. Yes, and car number 34 is standing. And is there a fire under the car, or is it just... What a cruel fate anyway. Just one lap and the 6-hour race is probably finished for them. And it means we will have only 8 cars left. Good news is car is moving. But even if they manage to reach the pits, good result is gone, that's for sure. Meanwhile, here come two leaders, number 92 and number 7, exactly in the same succession as they were yesterday in the qualification. The same drivers who were at the wheel during qualification are in the cars right now. Andrius Limas is driving number 92 and Ramonas Čapkauskas number 7. So Ramonas Čapkauskas has quite a busy weekend. He drove 2 BMW sprints today. Now he's taking part in 6-hour race, and if I am not very much mistaken, he should start in tomorrow's 2-hour endurance race as well. But ALM Honda is now heading for the pits here on the left side of the screen. Our leaders are going to complete their 3rd lap already. And there is 2.6 second time difference between them. Porsche Baltic in front of ES Motorsport. What on earth happened to that Honda? Of course, anything can happen. It is motor racing eventually, but during the second race, Antti Ramo in that Honda just crossed the finish line when he visibly lifted, reduced the speed, then stopped on the track and then crawled back to the pits. And even if it's not a definite end for them, the result is impossible already. The regulations tell us that to be classified, you have to cover at least 50% the distance covered by overall winner, or in the case your car is from classes TC1, TC2 or diesel, this limit is 30%. But for that Honda, they certainly have to cover at least 50% of the winner's distance. And as it stands now, it's not that sure. And we have official confirmation that the finish of the race will be at 20 hours and 55 minutes. It's due to the regulations and due to the delays we had early in the day. So the race is not going to be over 6 hours, but something like 5 hours and 46 minutes, because official start time was 15:19. And Porsche Baltic number 92 is pulling away from the similar car of ES Motorsport. Andrius Limas is setting one fastest lap after another. And these times are actually very good. 1:22.655 is just 0.05 of a second slower than was Slimas during yesterday's qualification. So he's really putting pressure now onto this car, trying to build up a gap in front of number 7 cars, I would think. But then again, looking to the crews of those cars, Andrius Limas in number 92 will be reached by Paulius Zadeika and Jadus Dagilis. Meanwhile, Ramonas Čapkauskas has co-drivers Ignacio Mantas and Augusta Sulevicius. So remains to be seen what will happen next. This car, number 115, black Volkswagen Golf from Black Rose Motorsport, is firmly set itself into P3 and speed-wise as well. They are about 2 or 3 seconds slower than those Porsches in front, and about second or 1.5 seconds faster than fourth placed Porsche Cayman from Porsche Baltic. So very long and lovely race them actually for almost everybody, because with only 9 cars starting here and one maybe out already, you will not meet your co-competitors very often on the track. Everybody has some 400 meters of free track for them. Even a little bit more, only 8 cars out there. And Black Rose Racing here going through the hospital turn. The next one is the cinema or film studio turn. And number 11, Antea BMW, has been lapped, as has number 10, Robo Racing. So big is a difference in speed that while leaders have covered 7 laps, those 2 cars have managed to do only 6 laps. And we can assume that those 8 cars on the track have had no problems until now, just plain sailing. Just counting laps and counting time. Slimas is now almost 2 seconds per lap faster than Čapkauskas, and building up the gap in front of second Porsche. But as it is an endurance racing, you have to do that. If you another fastest lap from Slimas, and now he has been faster than yesterday in qualification, and assuming the car had full fuel load at the start, it is really good time. Of course, yesterday the qualification happened much later in the evening when it was really cold already. Maybe the tires didn't work properly by that time. But anyway, the fact is that Andreas Slimas is now faster than he was yesterday in the qualification. First 4 cars have now covered 8 laps. Andreas Slimas is driving the leading number 92 Porsche. Čapkauskas is in number 7 Porsche. Then Thomas Halonen drives number 115 Volkswagen. In 4th place is number 4 Porsche, driven by Tautvydas Rodokas. 5th is number 20 Peugeot, driven by Artūrs Šīvins. Then 6th place currently belongs to number 55 Audi, driven by Karolis Pledis. 7th is number 11 Antea Racing BMW 135 diesel, and there is Baltijos driving it. And the interesting thing is that that team has only 2 drivers, Rimas Chesiulis and Vitas Kedutis. And this is number 10 in front of number 115. I think, yes, that is blue flag. Because Thomas Maloniai was not going to take any risks overtaking the back marker during the first 15 minutes of the race. There is no point doing it. And the slowest car in P8 currently, number 10 Honda, is driven by Vytautas Kregžda. And Slimas better this time even more. So how fast can he go, and what's the point to go so fast? Gap to second place number 7 Porsche is almost 20 seconds already. Actually, it's more than 20 seconds. It was almost 20 seconds 1 lap ago. Now it is 23 seconds. So Čelkauskas in that number 7 is holding very conservative line, I would say. But in the process, 23 seconds, it is more than one quarter of the lap. Almost kilometer on this track. And Black Rose Racing is going to overtake this Antea diesel BMW shortly. Now they go with the bridge. Antea is still in the front, but not for long. And number 4, Slimas cuts further 2 tenths from his best time. Of course, car is getting lighter. Tires are seemingly working very well, so he can do it without probably pushing too much. And this number 20 Peugeot is a very familiar car from few past PAC 6-hour seasons. They have been closer to the top, but of course the level last year and especially in 2020 was very high, and it has become more and more difficult to achieve good result in overall classification. You can see that number 20 Peugeot will be lapped by the leaders before the lap will be completed by them. Now it happened through the sandhill turn. This time I'm almost sure that Slimas is not going to set new fastest lap. And it's true, but it was only 0.8 seconds slower than on the previous lap. So not losing much, even when overtaking a slower car with a lot of caution. And Čelkauskas, I would assume, is now more than half a minute behind Slimas. And that's true. Timing Tower tells us that the gap was 32.42 seconds on the timing line. The problem for this car number 20 Peugeot is that it is a front-wheel drive one, as our number 115 Volkswagen and number 10 Honda. And of course number 34 Honda, Vicente. And Siemens almost goes onto the gravel, exiting turn 1. Actually, he was on the gravel with right side wheels. And I think his pace is dropping. Yes, he has been a little bit slower than number 55 Audi, driven by Karolis Pledis behind him, but the difference is not big. And this is Audi number 55. Tarzania is Tarzania Racing is the team. Very lonely car in the Pikerneki forest. 16 seconds of free asphalt in front of them. There was another car on the horizon behind, but it is for a simple reason that somebody of the leaders are going to catch and then lap this car. Compare the lap times with number 55 Audi, who is number 20 Peugeot, which is in front of them. Audi was faster by a second, but gap is still solid, almost 16 seconds. Maximum stint time can be 70 minutes. It means that at least 1 hour and 10 minutes the car must enter the pits to be serviced, and main thing, the driver should be changed, and then after that the driver, after doing one stint, must rest at least 60 minutes. But it seems for me almost impossible to think how number 11 BMW is going to achieve this, because there are only 2 drivers. Now one Porsche has lapped another one. GT3 car has lapped GT4 car after only 15 laps being completed. And leading car with Andrius Limas at the wheel has now dropped the pace significantly, while the best lap time was 1:21.4 last time around. Limas time was 1:23.1. So nearly 2 seconds slower than on his best lap. But nevertheless, the lead over next fastest car, number 7 Porsche, is growing all the time. It was 46 seconds 1 lap ago. And it can be in the region of 50 seconds when ES Motorsport Porsche will be crossing the line. And that nice Porsche Cayman with Tautvydas Rudokas at the wheel. And here comes Ramūnas Čepkauskas in number 7 Porsche. He's still not even on the main straight. In a few seconds we will know what is the gap to the leader. And it is more than 50 seconds already now. And 50 seconds with these lap times is more than half a lap. We can assume that when Slimas did the fastest lap in 1:21, that 41 seconds for him is half a lap. Meanwhile, Čapkauskas is catching 2 cars. Number 55 will be lapped first time, and then number 10 will be lapped already for the second time. Such are the speed differences among those 8 cars remaining. Also, I can still write off number 34 ALM Honda. Hopefully we can tell you after a while what has exactly happened to him. And are there any chances for them to recover and at least achieve that 50% of the distance which is needed for classification. Camera is still following number 7 Porsche, which is in P2 now, 53 seconds behind. And if Andrius Limas in Porsche number 92 and Ramonas Čapkauskas in similar car number 7 will continue like this, in this pace. Now it is only 25 minutes passed since the start. And if they will continue with this pace, it means that when the first stint will be completed after about 1 hour, Slimas has lapped everybody, including second-placed car with Čapkauskas. But it is too early to say that now, because we haven't even been in the race half an hour, just 25 minutes and 20 seconds. And only 2 cars are not yet lapped by the leader. And Black Rose is quite close to him, to that happening. 1:14 was the gap to the leader last time. Now it should be more close to minute and 20 seconds. And with leader doing laps in 1:24s now, it means that they must be already very close on the track. Currently the last car in the rating, 8th placed number 10 Honda Civic, Hobo Racing, with Vytautas Gregeže at the wheel. And here comes number 105, Black Rose Volkswagen. And did I see leading Porsche behind them? No, I didn't. Yet. But if camera keeps focusing on that number 10 Honda, I think we will see. Here is on board from Black Rose Volkswagen. Number 10 Honda in front of them will be overtaken, and that in the background is the leader. And I think even before the lap will be completed, the leader will overtake third-placed car by a lap, especially as Tuomas Alanen is not taking any risks when overtaking the slower car. Here it finally happens. But Porsche was quite far behind. It's not going to overtake this car before the line is crossed. And now Halonen keeps on the left side, and yes, Limas is not pushing certainly, even against this number 10 Honda. comparing the fastest laps, some 13 or 14 seconds per lap slower. But of course, what must happen will happen, and certainly number 115 Volkswagen will be lapped by number 92 Porsche during this lap. Still following number 10 Hobo Racing Honda. Of course, for our Estonian fans, they may think that Hobo Racing is something like horse racing. No, it's Lithuanian team, and there is nothing to do with horses. Nothing to do with horses. On the other hand, there are some couple of hundreds of horsepower under the bonnet, of course. And it's the only association you may find here. Number 11 is shown blue flag because number 55 Audi is just behind them. But no one is going to force the issue here. Indicator is on, so faster car can overtake the Thor, and here comes the leader, now already in front of 115 Volkswagen. They are lapped as well, so only one car, number 7 Porsche, is not lapped by the leader, but I'm sure it will happen. First 30 minutes of the race now ticked away already, and the only significant event was happened actually in the beginning of lap 2 when number 34 ALM Audi, not Audi but Honda, slowed down suddenly, then started to smoke, then stopped on the verge of the track, then crawled slowly back to the pits. But it may be that this race is over for them. Actually, that car, number 34, was entered for tomorrow's TCR competition as well. But if there really is some serious problem with the engine, then it may happen that we can't see that car tomorrow as well. Of course, it's a shame, but things like that can happen in motor racing. Even stranger things can happen. And now, a few minutes ago, we had a comparison between lap times of car number 55, which flashed in the background, that Audi from Tarzania, and number 20 Peugeot in front of them, Peugeot being P5 and Audi P6. And Audi was a little bit faster. Now the tables have turned. Last time around, Arthur's Siemens in Peugeot was 2 seconds, almost 3 seconds faster than number 55, driven by Karolis Edis. And the moment when one Porsche 911 will overtake another Porsche 911 by a lap is getting closer and closer. Last time the time difference on the timing line was 1 minute 15 seconds approximately. and Čapkauskas in number 7 Porsche did very slow, especially slow lap 1:29. So it means that Slimas, well, this is third Porsche in this race, number 4 Porsche Cayman. Now two Porsches must be almost together. Geometrically, number 7 should be in front, but it only means that number 92 has caught him by a full lap. But still number 4 Cayman is in the picture. And while Slima's lap time was 1:22.4, Čapkauskas is suspiciously slow, 1:28.9. Either are his tires completely gone, or there is some other problem. Because I can't imagine why he is driving so slowly. Some 6 seconds slower than the leader. And perhaps next time they cross the finish line, the 92 will be in front, and it is actually. So that has happened after only 35 minutes of racing. The leading car, number 92, Porsche Baltic GT3, who is Andrius Slimas at the wheel, have lapped all the other competitors by at least 1 lap. In that Cayman did last lap in 1:28.4, and that surprisingly is more than second faster than Ramūnas Čapkauskas in 9:11. So Čapkauskas is now slower even than number 20 Peugeot, and I can't think it's normal. There must be some, I don't know, technical defect or whatever. But this number 20 Peugeot under normal circumstances can't be faster than number 7 Porsche. Still they are. Still they are. Still, now here is number 7. Number 7 Porsche is Ramūnas Čapkauskas, currently holding P2. But let's look what is the gap between them and third place number 115 Volkswagen Wolf, because Čapkauskas has been really slow over the few last laps. And yes, it's under 10 seconds. So Čapkauskas in Porsche is losing time with every lap, and number 115 Black Rose Volkswagen is closing in, and you can see that car in the background already. While Čapkauskas in Porsche did a lap in 1:30.3, Tuomas Alonen in Volkswagen managed to cover the same lap in 1:26.7, and the gap was just 6.3 seconds. So I would think this green Porsche will be overtaken shortly by a black Volkswagen. It shouldn't happen under normal circumstances, and these are certainly not normal. What is abnormal, we didn't know, but the speed of Porsche number 7 certainly is not normal. It's moving very slowly by its standards. That car should be able, under ideal conditions, to a lap under 1 minute and 20 seconds. Now it's doing it in 1:30. Okay, now almost 40 minutes, 39 minutes have passed since the start. The tires should last much longer than 40 minutes. And here you see those cars are together already. 129.5 to Čapkauskas, 127.1 to Halonen, so 2.5 seconds faster. Or in the other way, this Porsche was 2.5 seconds slower than this Volkswagen number 115. And there is a slowest car, number 10 Honda, in front of them. Will be lapped, no question about it. It was a difficult part oh, that car was sliding, entering. Yeah, it's really sliding. I would say, seeing this, how Čapkauskas went through the hospital turn, I would say that those tires on that car are completely dead. The car was sliding on the entry, it was sliding at the exit. But of course, problem for Tuomas Halonen driving that Volkswagen is that Porsche is much faster on the straight, so the overtaking may be a little bit complicated for him. Although Čapkauskas' lap times are, of course, much worse than those of Halonen's. This time, Čapkauskas lost further 2 seconds. And he can't put the power down. Car is like on the ice. Is it something to you with temperature outside? It should be some 6 degrees, so not that bad and not colder as it was a few hours ago. But this onboard image from Black Rose Volkswagen shows Porsche just in front of them. So are we going to have a change? It seems we are. Number 7, Porsche is going to lose its second place. Now they're racing for a position. And about 20 minutes from this stint is still left, and you can see how that Porsche is sliding. And on the exit, the final turn here, Porsche has much better top speed. And it's not that easy to overtake, but on their braking or maybe on their acceleration. Ooh, it was very sudden stopping for Halonen. There was almost a contact between them. Now it is really difficult for Halonen because he's so much faster over the lap, but he's slower on the straights, and it means it's very difficult for him to overtake the Porsche, and more than that, to stay in front. It's even more difficult. So now under acceleration is basically the only chance. And then under braking, maybe here is the chance. Entering the witch kettle. And yes, the overtaking maneuver is completed by Tuomas Salonen over Ramūnas Čepkauskas. And I think he can put enough distance between his car and Čepkauskas to hold on even after the main straight. And yes, we have a new car in P2, number 115, Black Rose Volkswagen Golf TCR, which started from P4, has unexpectedly overtaken Porsche number 7. It shouldn't happen under normal circumstances. And we can only assume that number 7 Porsche has eaten out its tires. Čepkauskas is really struggling. During the first few laps he could keep the pace of the leading car, number 92 Porsche. But now even that TCR Volkswagen went by. And Čepkauskas was unable to build up any resistance because car simply didn't allow. I can't see any other reason than tires. Two cars together once again, number 20 Peugeot and number 11 diesel BMW, but it is only for a reason that Peugeot overtook BMW. First time, yes. Now BMW is one lap down compared to number 20 Peugeot. And now the question for Čepkauskas in car number 7 is that can he keep his P3 until the end of his stint? Because number 4, GT4 Porsche, is closing in as well. Čepkauskas' lap time was 1:32 last time, and it's unbelievably slow for that kind of car. This Porsche in the picture was 9 seconds per lap faster. And they should be more or less equal by their technical specifications. Strange things are happening, that's for sure. And we are only 46 minutes in the 6-hour race. The leading car, number 92, and number 55 Audi is right in front of them, will be lapped for another time shortly. And now Čepkauskas is already 4th. Number 7 Porsche is already 4th. Does it mean he has entered the pits? We don't see it anywhere. But the timing shows that yes, perhaps yes, because Audrius Stasiulevičius is shown as the driver for that car, and it can only mean that the car had entered the pits. for driver change, for tire change, for refueling and whatever other procedures were needed. So the first stint for Čapkauskas lasted even not 50 minutes, something like 46 or even 45 minutes. They are now of course dropping down in the ranking because they are standing. That's obvious. But leading car has completed 35 laps. Andrius Limas has been driving that car from the start. He was also the man who qualified that car yesterday onto the pole. Let's see when Stasiulevicius gets onto the track with Porsche number 7 for ES Motorsport. We'll see what lap times he can do, and it looks like he's back on the track. They lost about 2 minutes, a little bit more with that pit stop. And are now down to P6. But what it means is unclear. We'll see it only when all cars have stopped in the pits for the first time and the pit stop cycle will be over. But of course the news that first stint was so short is obviously not the good news for ES Motorsport. Arūnas Čapkauskas should be the most experienced driver of that team, and when he struggled to keep the pace, and we saw he struggled mightily, it's not good news certainly. Now Stasiulevicius first flying lap 1:30.7. That's not a great lap time for sure. It's slower than number 55 Audi or number 20 Peugeot. But it was first lap, so nothing has happened yet. Andrius Limas in the leading car, meanwhile, has quite stable lap times in the region of 1:24. And with times like that, he's at least 4 seconds faster than anybody else on the track. But now, Stasiulevicius in number 7 Porsche sped up a little bit. 1:28 was his last lap time, and here are two Porsche Baltic cars in the same picture. GT4 in front, GT3 overtaking it for third time. For the third time. Let's see how long it takes for ES Motorsport number 7 to catch number 55 Tarzan Audi in front of them. 1 lap ago, as the timing tower shows, the gap was 8.6 seconds. But Porsche wasn't that much faster than the Audi. The gap closed just by 1.3 seconds. here is Black Rose Racing Volkswagen, following number 20 Mažeikių ASK Peugeot in front of them. Tuomas Alonen, who is driving that Volkswagen, the Finnish team. I have to repeat myself, but he's taking absolutely no risks when overtaking or lapping slower cars. Blue flag should be out for Peugeot. Ooh, what maneuver it was. He should let another driver. Now there is at least one blue flag. Quite strangely, he's not moving away from the way of the faster car. Another blue flag. It can be punished actually, you know, when Artur Šimiņš, who is driving that Peugeot, when he keeps doing nothing. No blue flags here, or are they? Strange, strange, very strange. 55 minutes have passed since the start of the race, and it means that regular pit stops will happen very soon. Meanwhile, number 7 Porsche has closed to number 55 Audi to 2.5 seconds only. Stasiulevicius' last lap time was 1:27.6, and Black Rose was coming into the pits, and that was the reason why Tuomas Alonen was not going to overtake number 20 Peugeot, and he's standing. So second place car is now standing in the pits. Here they are. There is a change in regulations compared to the last year. Only 2 mechanics are now allowed to work on the car. Plus the manager, plus 2 drivers. But on the other hand, it's the same for everybody, and even if you have slower pit stops, so will all the others. Because there is, as this Volkswagen is a front-wheel drive car, there is no need to change rear tires every time they will enter the pits, and now the refueling. Refueling normally takes place in the dedicated area, but as we have so few teams, it is now allowed in the pit boxes. And until we follow the 115 Volkswagen, and other cars are entering the pits as well. Now there are 2 Porsches in first 2 places, number 92 CT3 Porsche and number 4 CT4 Porsche. 115 Volkswagen is still third, but can they keep it? Car is moving now already on the pit road. And who is going to drive it? Vesa Kinnunen is the second driver now at the wheel of this Black Rose Racing Volkswagen Golf. And still in third, if we believe the timing, and there is no reason not to believe it. No, now they are shown in 4th. And the main thing you noticed, there was number 7 Porsche, and it means that number 7 Porsche is now best part of, I would say, half a lap behind number 115. We will see what lap times Vesa Kinnunen will show with Volkswagen. But for sure, Thomas Maloniai did very good job during his first stint. Number 11 Antea BMW has been overtaken by number 55 Tarzania Audi. Another lap for them. I'm a little bit confused now. I thought that number 115 is in front of number 7 Porsche, but it seems to be the opposite. And yes, 115 lost about 2.5 minutes when stopping, while number 7 lost about 2 minutes. So Porsche was standing much faster than the Volkswagen. But let's see when... now the first hour of the race is over. We still have 4 hours and 34 minutes to go, because the finish will be at 20:55. First cycle of the pit stops is on the way. Some cars have already stopped, some have not yet. This car, number 4 Porsche Cayman GT4, Porsche Baltic, has just stopped. Tomas Svidinskas is now driving this car. They were 4th before the first pit stops. Actually, the first pit stop cycle started. Now they have dropped to 5th and will be overtaken. I think they will be overtaken by this car. 115 Volkswagen. But Vesa Kinnunen is not pushing at all. His lap times are far over 1 minute and 30 seconds, and right indicator is still on. You should tell him over the radio to switch it off, otherwise it may be very confusing to faster car approaching from behind. And I think the normal service is now resumed. 2 Porsche 911s are first and second. But of course there is a little detail that leading car number 92 has not stopped yet. Andrus Limas is continuing his lap times. Last time 1:26.1, they are not good anymore. And you can see that swapping places is not that easy. And number 55 Audi Tarzania Racing has not stopped either. They are currently 3rd in overall classification, but it is really due to the fact that almost all other teams have made their first stop. But number 55 Audi with Karolis Pledis at wheel has not, and now here is the lead car in the pits. And going back onto the track. Here they go. And Paulius Žadeika is going to drive this car during second stint. He's now on the track, very careful through the first turns. Extremely careful. And of course, Žadeika has no need to push right now. They have lapped the second place car twice already. First time on the track and second time, if the timing screen shows us the accurate information, second time during the pit stops. Žadeika, of course, must customize himself to the car, to the track conditions. And everything else. Meanwhile, Augustas Uljavicius in number 7 Porsche just did a lap in 1:27.7. In 115 Volkswagen is having difficulties. His last time was 1:35, and while he was directly behind number 4 Porsche, his lap time was some 5 seconds better, so something has happened there. Both 115 and 4 have lost some time, and 115 is now in front. Here is 115, then there is number 10 Honda, and somewhere should be number 4 Porsche as well. They have shown being 5 seconds behind already. So while Kinnunen managed to jump the GT4 Porsche, he started to push a little bit, and now his lap time was 1:31, but even this is not that good. Tuomas Alonen during the first stint had his first lap in 1:26.4. Now Kinnunen finally has switched off the indicator, while number 10 Honda went a little bit off through the hospital corner. And certainly what concerns cars number 4 and number 115, we can say that their second drivers are much lower than the first were. Meanwhile, number 55, Audi, should enter the pits very shortly, because 1 hour, 7 minutes and 30 seconds have already passed since the start of the race. Maximum stint duration is 70 minutes, but number 10 is entering the pits, and I would think it is certainly not a regular pit stop. Number 11 is in the pits as well. This is diesel car, so they have no problems with their fuel consumption. But what is going to happen with number 10? They already did their first regular stop, changed the driver, went out again, but now they are back, and usually if something similar happens, it's a technical issue. These are brakes smoking, nothing bad with them yet. Back onto the track, whatever it was, we didn't know. And out they go, and the leader is in the background. Paulius Žadeika in that number 92 Porsche is very careful during his first laps as well. His lap time was 1:28.6. And the last car to make the first pit stop is number 55 Audi. They were third overall before entering the pits. Now they will drop several places, I guess. But the more important question is what their lap times will be after the driver change. Number 7 is currently in P2, driven by Audrius Stasiulevicius. And actually he is faster than Paulius Žadeika in the lead car, but having lost almost 2 laps. But having lost almost 2 laps before the pit stop, it makes no difference if you are 1 second per lap faster than the lead car. The situation is still the same. And now 115 is back in P3, which they were in before number 7 hit the problems during the first stint. This is a leading car, and you can see the body language of the car. It tells you that its current driver is not that fast and not that close to the limit as was its first driver. But it's the part of endurance racing with when you have several drivers, especially on the amateur level, which we see here in Baltics, more or less amateur level. It's a part of the game, and you must play within those limitations you have. Žadeika's last time 1:26.3. Meanwhile, Stasiulevicius in number 7 Porsche 1:27.7. So they are yo-yoing as well. One time around, one is faster, another time another driver is faster. The interesting thing for car number 7 is that their fastest lap was lap number 2, which actually means that the first lap they started on full speed was their fastest, 1:24.1, made by Ramūnas Čepkauskas. In one picture again, and number 7 is going to lap number 4, and it's certainly not the first time. I would think it's second time. Oh, and Stasiulevicius goes wide through the hospital turn and loses the position once again. Two flags should be shown to number 4 car. 7 is in front of number 4 once again. And talking about the last stopping car, another mistake from Stasiulevicius. It is the first one into the hospital corner. He was too far on the right side, couldn't turn in properly, went almost into the gravel, and here is another mistake, very similar to the first one. Don't do that. You can break your car before the finish of the race. No point making such mistakes. But the interesting thing is that Peugeot number 20, which is currently driven by Vitalius Plastininas, is closing the gap to number 4 Porsche in front of them. Tomas Vidinskas is the driver of that Porsche currently, and the gap 1 lap ago was 32 seconds, but Peugeot was some 4 seconds faster than Porsche in front of it. Let's keep an eye on it, if it was just one occasion, or is it something like a pattern? And I would think it's more like a pattern. Okay, Svidinskas in Porsche now managed 1:33.3, but what can Plastininas answer? So this time Plastininas was only 1.3 seconds faster than Svidinskas in Porsche in front of him. So the gap is now 30 seconds and some tenths. And we can't expect any fast changes there in the next few minutes. Third placed car, Black Rose Racing Volkswagen number 115, with Vesa Kinnunen at the wheel, has now upped their pace. Kinnunen lapped last time in 1:28.8. I'm not sure, but it may be the first time he managed to cover the lap in under 1 minute and 30 seconds. In the shorter perspective, it's not going to change anything, but with further driver changes, we never know. If he can keep his Kinnunen, I mean, if Kinnunen can keep his lap time under 1:30, it will mean that he has more or less the same pace as number 7 Porsche in front of him, and being much faster than number 4 Porsche and number 20 Peugeot behind him. So as it stands, it looks like no one is going to put Black Rose Racing's third place into a danger, and they are not able to catch number 7 or number 92 under their own power as well. But strange things can happen, technical glitches, driver errors, especially towards the finish when drivers will be more tired already. Porsche crossed the line just and Okay, back to the business once again and comparing cars number 4 and number 20. Number 20 was a little bit faster over the lap than number 4, but only just. So in this comparison, Porsche versus Peugeot, it seems to be in favor of Porsche still. Also the gap is going down, but it was, when we started to follow it, it was like something in the region of 32 seconds. Now it is 27 seconds, which look at it from which direction you wish, but it makes no big difference. And you can see this on the timing tower as well. And number 115 with Vesa Kinnunen at the wheel has, yes, Kinnunen has become faster. His first laps were quite slow, over 130, even 32s. Now he's lapping in 128s. They're still pushing. Number 4, you saw, had a little wobble exiting the final turn. Mosvidinskas at the wheel of that car. Oh, and this is something happening. Finally, it was number 11, Antea BMW, the only diesel car, and for whatever reason, but they went off into turn 2 and they are firmly beached in the gravel, and it probably means full course yellow or something, because the car can't be recovered when other cars are going full speed. What happened? We can't see anything more like that. You can't do anything here in this situation. Yes, yellow flag. And it probably means that the full course yellow. Yes, that is full course yellow until number 11 BMW will be recovered from that gravel trap on the outside of turn 2. And here's the replay. I'm not sure, but the impression was that the driver was looking to the mirror and just forgot to press the brake pedal. So there was too much speed into the turn and into the gravel he went. Now all the cars are moving slowly on the track. In fact, the truck is already closing in to the accident site. Yes, full course yellow, you see. The tables with FCY letters out there. And that gravel is really deep. The timing is quite unfortunate because teams now basically are allowed to pit, but there is no point to do it right now. If it was close to 1.5 hours driven, then there would be some sense. But now I think they just keep cruising on the track. From another angle, can we see here? Unfortunately, we can't. But yes, the impression was that number 11 entered the turn far too fast, couldn't make it, but somehow made it through the gravel trap until the tire barrier. Did he hit it? I'm not sure. Maybe yes, maybe not. And number 11 car is moving. It is good news for them. Of course, the bad news is that they must enter the pits and inspect the cars. What actually has happened? Was it really only if you let the wheel spin, then it digs, the car digs itself instantly into the gravel. Porsche teams have no problems until now. Now the car is maybe out of the gravel, or is it pulled out already completely? I think it's not, because the gravel trap is much longer there. Cars are cruising at 60 kilometers per hour. The speed actually is measured over the whole lap. It means that there are certain minimum time they must follow, and I have the suspicion that this number, you are not allowed to overtake, of course, and I have a suspicion that number 10 Honda was much slower than 60 kph. And here the work is going on. The car was really on the most far part of the gravel trap, and it takes a lot of work to get it back from there. So they are going to lose their 7th place for sure. Also on the other side, no, they are not going to lose, because number 10 Honda was 12 laps behind them, even before this incident. So Antea, the sole diesel car in this race, remains in P7. If the car is in one piece, for sure they're going to enter the pits.
2 years in a row we had cars. All right, you guys have a chit chat. I will back in a minute.
So you had fantastic, amazing, I think, BMW race, 2 races. Not that fantastic that I was expecting, but eventful, I would say. It was nice fighting. How would you describe
Work is not completed yet. Are they going to put the car on the flatbed? It seems they are. And it means more and more delay for number 11. But of course their main task now is to get back to the pits, inspect the car and go back to the track. Whatsoever, they are not going to lose their positions. On the other hand, looking at their speed, there was little hope for them to win back some positions. So basically nothing changed for them. The main thing towards the finish is to stay in 50% of distance, the overall winner. And while number 92 Porsche has currently completed 58 laps, number 11 BMW has 50 laps, so no problems until now if the car is more or less okay. If the only work is to get all gravel out of the car, that's not a big deal. But the main thing is if something under the car has broken, and of course I don't know if it was just the driver who missed his braking point, or maybe there was some kind of technical defect, whatever it might be, with something with brakes. Most probably, if of course. We will see. Now the good news is that car is on the flatbed, is transported back to the pits, and you can start to work on it, whatever work is needed. And it also means that in a few minutes the full course yellow will end. Number 11 now is moving on the track once again, despite being on the flatbed, but at least they are moving. This is the main thing in endurance racing. If somebody asks what's the secret to be successful in endurance racing, there is only one secret: keep your car going. If you keep your car going, then you can add one lap after another, but of course if you stay in pits, no laps will be added to your tally and you will lose out. But of course it's much easier to say than do. And I would say that when we have already 133 almost minutes passed since the start, there have been few incidents. Number 34 Honda expired already on the second lap. Now number 11 BMW went into the gravel, and we saw that number 10 Honda had some problems as well. They have had several pit stops and lost some 8 or 9 laps in the process. Meanwhile, this picture comes from third placed car, number 115, Lacrosse Racing Volkswagen, while the number 11 BMW is already in the pits, and racing has resumed. No full course yellow, full course is now green. Everybody can go as fast as they can. And here is the lead car. Number 92 Porsche by Baltijos. Let's look what the lap times will be, because it is getting colder. Air temperature is certainly dropping, there is no doubt about it. I have at hand tells me that it's still 6 degrees in Riga, but if you look at this picture, the best part of track is now covered by shadows, and it means that track temperature is going to drop little by little, and for sure the sun goes lower and lower, and it means that more and more the track will be covered by shadows. How does it change the overall picture? I don't know, everybody will be slower, but it's the same for everybody. Drivers maybe must be a little bit more careful, and pit crews of course must be aware of changing conditions and adjust. Number 55 Audi is entering the pits. Patyrę at the wheel. They were entering the pits, and I would assume that it is not a regular pit stop, because they were the last car to stop, and Patyrę has driven the car less than 30 minutes now, and it should be too early to change the driver. Also, maybe they are looking to the reverse timing. We have now less than 4 hours to go, and thus it may mean that they had changed schedule, and now they are looking how much time has remained, not how much time they have done. So, a little bit less than 4 hours to go until the finish of the 6-hour race. Cars number 4 and cars number 20. Car number 20 are now almost together on the track. We followed them maybe 10 or 15 or 20 minutes ago. Number 20 Peugeot was a little bit faster than number 4 Porsche. Now the gap is almost non-existent. But comparing the lap times, Vitalijus Plastininas in Peugeot was just 0.7 seconds faster than Tomas Vidinskas in Porsche. So it's difficult to catch your competitor with such a small difference in lap times. And good news for number 55 Audi is that they are back on the track. Whatever was the reason for stopping. And two Porsches together once again, and number 92 is going to lap number 7. And it is for third time. Yes, it is. Paulius Žadeika is overtaking Augustas Ulevicius. It means that the leading car has increased its lead over the next closest competitor to 3 full laps. Okay, back to the race. Nothing has changed. Number 55 Audi is in the picture. Holding P6. Baltijos had a pit stop a few minutes ago. We don't know what was the reason, but what we know is that when number 34 Honda entered the pits, just after 2 laps, it was a serious thing. Race was over for them because there was a fire under the bonnet. That was the reason, and I have a suspicion that we can't see that car tomorrow as well. Here it's So we have now interviewee in our commentary booth, Edvinas Šadekis. How was your races today?
Hello. It was good. It was good, but not that good that I wanted to be.
So I think in the first race your start was a little bit watched. You dropped several places and then had to fight back.
Yes, that was the... It started from qualification actually. Our plan was to start from the position 6. And then, you know, it is what it is, so we need to start from position 6. And then at the start we had a clutch problem. My clutch slipped on the both gears, first and the second. So everybody, I don't know, like 4 or 5 cars go through me. So, but that happened.
Mm-hmm. So you fought back, and what I concerned, and what I think Karolis Jovaisa also told, what about tires? Didn't you put too much stress on your tires during the first race?
Yeah, it was a lot of stress, because when you're fighting, you know, you're changing a bit your trajectories, you know, you're overheating a bit, overdriving, but you need to fight, you need to brake sometimes later. So, yeah, it was a lot of stress. I need to catch. I see my my rivals that I wanted to fight was not 9th or 8th position. They're running from me, so it was hard. It was very hard, but still managed to come back.
But about the weather, the air temperature is quite low. Does it help you while racing? For tires, for engine, for cooling?
For engine, yes. The lower air temperature, the better is for engine. It's running better. But for the tires, also believe the asphalt is not so high. So, and this our semi-slick Nankang tire, it's not like slicks. They don't need to heat them a lot. You can go fast on that cooler tires than they are like very warm.
Mm-hmm. But all in all, how are you for today competition? Are you content with it? Satisfied with it?
Satisfied and not, because speed was there, of course was there. But you know, first race I finished 5th, and Romet Rezen was in front of me. And next race he was behind me, so then I finished 3rd. So overall I'm in 4th position. So that's that's not good. And I was starting catching the cars, so I thought that I can catch him. I saw that I'm faster in the end of the race, because I believe he destroyed his tires, he really destroyed. Maybe that's a setup, so now that's a lot of maybe air pressure on the tire is different. So, but not enough laps. Need to do it faster.
But strange thing is that Jovaisa told at the start of race 2 that he saved his tires during the second part of race 1, but still he destroyed them.
Yeah, I don't know. He do some mistakes on the corners. He slide a bit, and that's enough to hurt them. You need to be very gentle with that, very gentle, because the car is very, very, very heavy. It's very heavy. If you sliding them, it's overheating in seconds.
Last year you were 2nd in the championship. Jovaisa was 1st. Now Zviedris won both races. What's his secret? What did you see from the outside?
I don't know. Just he everywhere in all the part of the track he is faster. That's what it is. We cannot catch in any place here. He is running. No chance. Nowhere. Right now. But I believe we will do good homework in our workshop, and next race will be better.
Okay, thank you Edwin Stradeikis, and good luck for the next competition.
Thank you.
Back to the real-time world once again, and we see the race leader, number 92 Porsche, which is still driven by Paulius Žadeika. This car has now completed 69 laps and has a 3-lap advantage over second place Porsche number 7, driven by Augustas Juljavicius. Number 115 Black Rose Racing Volkswagen keeps going in 3rd. Vesa Kinnunen is the current driver, and he keeps posting lap times. Lap times are under 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay, back again after resolving some technical issues. And this duo, number 4 Porsche and number 20 Peugeot, have been together for quite a long time, and for whatever reason, number 4 driver Tomas Svidinskas now let number 20 by. Was it? Yeah, he's entering the pits with 3 hours and 45 minutes still to go. And that was the reason. Not the leading car closing in. But it may well be that it is the regular pit stop, and it looks like, because we have now 1 hour and 50 minutes passed since the start of the race. We're closing to the 2-hour mark very soon. And of course now teams have adjusted their driver changing schedule according to the new timing. We have actually not 6-hour race, but because the race start was delayed due to 2 crashes in BMW races, then the race must be finished at 20:55, and as it started at 3:19, so that time is a little bit shorter, a little bit more than 5.5 hours. Anyway, as we saw from car number 4, which entered the pits a few minutes ago, the second cycle of pit stops have begun. Meanwhile, number 7 Porsche is overtaking number 55 Audi, and I would say that number 7 Porsche is looking very much like it was towards the end of stint 1. The car was sliding everywhere, and it usually means that tires are almost dead, and lap times suggest the same. Audi Stasilevicius' last lap was 1:30 almost exactly. This lap is for sure he's entering the pits, so no question about what the lap time will be, because number 7 Porsche is now in the pits as well. But yes, looking at their tires, I would say that they were finished far before they hoped. It's difficult to keep them alive for 1 hour, and number 11 car, which we saw beached here in turn 2 a few minutes, about 20 minutes ago, is now back on the track and moving once again. Rimas Cesulis is driving it now, and although they lost several laps, they didn't lose any places. They were 7th, they are still 7th, and lap time 1:34 is a decent one, because their fastest lap has been 1:33.5, so I would say they are the closest to the best lap time right now. Going very steady, not the fastest car for sure, but having diesel in endurance competition is useful because your fuel consumption is lower, and it means that when you are refueling, it is shorter break. Car is lighter, or you can make less refueling sessions, whatever. There are several positive sides using diesel. Of course, that car is not very powerful. And Black Rose Racing Volkswagen number 115 has been in the pits for the second time as well, because Toni Virtanen is now at the wheel of that car. Have dropped one position, at least one, to number 20 Peugeot. But what it really means remains to be seen. We must wait until all cars have done their second regular pit stops, and then the picture will emerge where everybody is. Oh, number 4 has spun in the hospital turn. Nothing serious, stayed on the tarmac more or less. And number Civic, which was the next car on the scene, had to just brake a little bit more abruptly than usually, but no big drama there. Just a spin for car number 4. There is new driver, Andrius Bogdanovičius. And as we saw after first pit stops, drivers must be very careful, and usually they are very careful after taking over the car. Bogdanovičius made a slight mistake here. We didn't see what happened. We only saw when the car was already standing in the middle of the, not in the middle, okay, on the side of the track and facing into the wrong direction. Here is what happened. Too fast into the turn, couldn't turn in, and made a spin as a result. But now he's moving suspiciously slow. It is certainly not the normal speed. But of course, driver is hearing strange noises all the time, smelling strange aromas all the time, and so on. And there is another spin, and this is by the leading car, and it may be not that harmless, because it is in between turns 1 and 2. And it is just after Jamunas Dagilis took over the car, and perhaps he was not cautious enough. Can he go on? There is certainly some problem, because the car is standing in the middle of the road. Double yellows are shown and full course yellow. So what happened here? Uh-oh, facing in the wrong direction. Oh, it was a close thing. Maybe he hit the barrier with front right side, maybe not. But the car is moving, and this, for them, it's the main thing. They can continue. They are going to lose, I think, at least one lap. Of course, full course yellow was out, so they are not going to lose that much, but it would be interesting to see the right front corner. So it was almost certainly a driver error exiting the pits on cold tires and starting to push far too early. And it means that currently car number 20 Peugeot from Mažeikių ASK is overall in P2. And it looks like this car is intact. No harm done. Only some time was lost. Yeah, it was close. It was close, but perhaps the car didn't have a contact with a concrete barrier. So Jaros Dagilis was really fortunate in this situation. But it shows that in this time when sun is going lower and lower and the temperature is dropping and almost all the track is in the shadow already, you must be extremely careful, especially on the fresh tires exiting the pits when they are still not reached the operating temperature. Full course yellow is still applied. Cars must move at 60 kph. So what is the situation? Situation has not changed. Number 92 is still the leader. And now track is green already. Track is green, the racing has resumed. But is there Dagilis, did he everything in the manner he should do? Because I'm not very sure if he didn't overtake number 7 Porsche under yellow flags. Of course he knows what yellow flags mean and what full course yellow mean. Anyway, racing has resumed and we had 2 leading cars in the same, actually top 3 are in the same picture in the very different succession, but number 92 Porsche, which in this picture is the first one, is leading. Number 20 is second and number 7 is third, but on different laps. Actually, number 20 and 7 are battling for a position, so I was a little bit mistaken. But of course, that Peugeot must do their second regular pit stop. Vitalijus Plastininas has been at the wheel for almost 1 full hour already. So in the course of few next minutes, must enter the pits. But Ignas Jomantas in the Porsche has not been very fast, because he's following the caution not to be too fast too soon, and Plastininas is flashing his headlights because the Porsche is too slow on the straight. Of course you can brake sooner and you can be gentle when accelerating, but there is no reason to be so slow down the straight. It was a signal Plastininas gave to the Porsche driver Ignas Jomantas, and it looked like Jomantas has received that message and now he's pulling away, having retaken second place. Plastininas in his Peugeot in third, but of course the pit stop will drop his team to fourth perhaps, because 115 Volkswagen with Toni Virtanen at the wheel is currently on the same lap with number 20 Peugeot, also half a minute behind. And even good pit stops, as we have seen, will take some 2 minutes or even 2.5 minutes compared to a normal racing lap. Jaros Dagilis in the leading car did some laps during yesterday's qualification as well, and he was almost as fast as was the team leader Andrius Limas, who set the fastest lap for them. So let's see what Dagilis will do now. Of course, he has no reason to push. There are still 2 laps in front of second place car, despite that spin, very fortunate spin. And number 20 is in the pits now. Tires are changed, driver change is going on, and now the final step will be refueling. Dagilis lap times are not that good. 1:26, 1:27. But yes, there is no point for him to push. He should take it easy, avoid mistakes like he once did already. But came out of it without hitting anything, and it was the main thing. Tires, of course, suffered there, and maybe towards the end of his stint there will be some vibration and maybe some traction loss, but not a big deal when you are leading and being faster than everybody else. So now the main task for Dagilis is just to avoid the mistakes. And number 115 Volkswagen is back in P3. Toni Virtanen should be the driver at the wheel right now, although timing tower shows us a little bit different information. Something is wrong with this timing tower, because those this is, yeah, there are team names, not the driver names, but team names. Porsche Baltic, ES Motorsport, Black Rose Racing, Orlen Lietuva, Porsche Baltic, Tarzania, Antea, Hobu, and ALM. So everything is all right. That is Antea pit box, and everybody is probably looking at the timing screen. Because timing screen is not very good information for them. They are still in 7th. 12 laps behind the 6th placed car and 6 laps in front of 8th placed car. So more or less no chances to make any progress on their own power. But the main thing for them is now they can continue racing after that visit into the gravel trap about a half hour ago. Now we have already passed 2 hour mark. 2 hours and 8 minutes have passed since the start of the race. About 3.5 hours still to go. So we haven't even reached the half mark. But race is continuing. There are still 8 cars cruising on the track out of 9 which started, and the first one expired already on the second lap. Number 34 Honda developed a fire under the bonnet. We only saw some smoke on the track, but as it returned to the pits, there was a real fire under the bonnet, so the day was over for them. Antea BMW is still in the picture. The only diesel engine car in this race. Here is some part of the track, the entry to Witch Kettle in the final sector of the race. And here are the current standings. We will have now a little break with our comments, but stay with us at the screens. You will see something, as it was said, something completely different. So stay with us and we will return in a few minutes with the comments.
Bet kamēr vadītāji un braucēji ir trasē, tikmēr komandu mehāniķi ir gatavi sacensties un piedalīties arī mazās sacensībās. Jāpiebilst, ka pāris komandas un pāris komandu mehāniķi jau piedalījās pirms mēs vēl sākām filmēšanu, bet mēs esam piefiksējuši visus rezultātus, lai viss būtu godīgi, bet mums ir vēl pāris komandas un vēl pāris komandu mehāniķi, kuri ir gatavi arī piedalīties DeWALT Grand Prix izaicinājumā, kurā būs jāmet bumba grozā. Noteikumi ir vienkārši jāiemet 3 reizes Un tad, kad tas ir izdarīts, ir jādodas lūk pie šīs skaistās automašīnas, jānoskrūvē ritenis, un tad, kad ritenis skrūves un instruments ir nolikti zemē, tad laiks tiek fiksēts, un uzvarētājs ir tas, kurš ir to izdarījis visīsākajā laikā. Es domāju, ka mēs esam gatavi lūk no LV Racing mehāniķa Monta šobrīd trenējas, un Monta, ko tu saki, ja mēs ar tevi arī sāktu?
Jā, droši var.
Bet kāds atrenējies? Viss tā kā kārtībā, jūties pārliecināti?
Bišķiņ var.
Var, pilnīgi mierīgi. Monta vēl pāris metienus treniņu nolūkos, un tad arī sāksim sacensības. Jā, Monta grib izpētīt, kā jau īsts mehāniķis, jā, tomēr. Jā, skrūvis tātad jānoliek vienā aplītī, instruments nākamajā un ritenis vēl trešajā, attiecīgi lielākajā aplī. Kā redzam, tad tiek vēl precizēti visi noteikumi, bet kamēr Monta precizē, es domāju, ka mēs sāksim. Un mēs varētu sākt ar Mežaka kundzi. Kā redzam, viņa arī jau trenējās. Ir aizrausies mazliet, kā komandas biedri saka. Kāds noskaņojums? Jā, bet tas gan vēl neskaitījās. Tā, es domāju, ka mēs esam gatavi sākt, un vai tu esi gatava sākt?
Loģiski.
Esi iesildījusies, pārliecināta?
Jā, protams.
Ok, tūlīt es teikšu laika atskaitu, un tad arī sākam. Jā, komandas biedri pavisam noteikti var iet atbalstīt. Var arī otrā pusē kādu. Precīzi, jā. Un tad, kad tu noliec visu zemē, tad laiks tiek fiksēts. Tātad, vai tu esi gatava? 3, 2, 1... Aiziet! Wow! Ovācijas ir pamatīgas! Nē, nekas, nākamā reize noteikti. Jā! Vēl tikai viens mēdiens un jā, super! Tā, un Laura dodas tālāk, un Laura dara ļoti, ļoti ātri to.
Kurbulē, ot, tieši tā.
Jā, un riepa tūlīt būs nomontēta. Tā ir smaga. Jānoliek vēl skrūvītes. Un viss, jā, super, paldies tev liels. Un, Laura, tavs laiks ir 52 sekundes. Šobrīd Laurai 52 sekundes, bet mums gan jāpiebilst, ka mums ir bijuši jau mazliet ātrāki dalībnieki ar 24 sekundēm. Jā, tas ir ātrākais, līdz šim ātrākais. Bet es domāju, ka mēs esam gatavi doties tālāk. Un no LV Racing mehāniķa Monta šobrīd vēl mazliet patrenējas. Kā redzam, Monta ir ļoti nopietna. Tāpēc, ka te jau arī nav nekādi joki, tomēr ir jātrāpa visas 3 reizes pēc iespējas ātrāk. Monta, vai tu esi gatava? Monta saka vēl bišķiņ. Monta mums teica tā arī iepriekš, bet mēs ļausim Montai vēl mazu mirkli patrenēties. Varbūt kameru klātbūtni mazliet uztrauc Montu, bet rekur arī atbalstītāji. Šobrīd vēl tādi, Tā, es domāju, Monta, ka mēs sākam, labi? Tātad Monta ir gatava, mēs sākam laika atskaiti 3, 2, 1 un aiziet! Kopā jātrāpa tātad 3 reizes. Tikai mierīgi. Nesatraucies, Monta? Jā, un gandrīz. 3 reizes jātrāpa bumba grozā, un pēc tam, pirmā reize Montai, vēl 2 metieni. 2 metieni jātrāpa iekšā grozā. Jā, otrā reize, vēl 1 metiens, Monta. Tu to vari. Jā, 1 reize, un ir, Monta dodas tālāk, lai nomontētu riepu. Monta to dara zibenīgi. Uzmanīgi, skrūvītājiem jābūt savās vietās. Un, stop. Super, paldies tev, liels Monta, tavs laiks ir 48 sekundes. Paldies tev. Tā, mums ir gatavs arī otrs LV racing. Tā, Monta, vai no jūsu komandas arī otrs kolēģis piedalīsies? Bet vai tu pierakstījies? Jā, labi. Tad mēs, varbūt tu var aiziet pierakstīties, kamēr vēl kolēģi mazliet patrenējās. Tā, šo mēs iedosim Montai, kur Monta palika, jo mums ir veicināšanas balviņas DeWALT skaistās cepurītes. Jā, rekur ir arī Monta, es domāju, aiziem iedosim. Galvenais nevajadzētu bumbu noķert mums. Monta, paldies tev par piedalīšanos. Es, protams, vēl nesaku, ka tu neesi uzvarētāji, jo visi dalībnieki vēl nav izspēlējuši, bet veicināšanas balvas ir visiem. Un šis būs tavam kolēģim, bet neaizmūciet prom. Es viņam iedošu arī, ja? Tā, uzmanīgi, puiši, mierīgi. Sacensības, kā redzam, ir uzņēmuši diezgan tāds jaudīgs apgrieziens. Gribētos jau vienmēr, lai vēl jaudīgāk, bet ir gan jaudīgi. Tā, mēs iedodam vēl arī patrenēties LV racing mehāniķim, jo šie puiši jau ilgi trenējās, tāpēc mums ir jādod iespēja arī citiem mazliet patrenēties. Tā, Ernests mazliet patrenēsies, un mēs būsim gatavi sākt laika atskaiti, un Ernests arī mēģinās uzstādīt labāko laiku. Šobrīd labākais laiks ir 24 sekundēs samesti 3 grozi un noskrūvēts ritens. Vai pareizi ir teikt noskrūvēts ritens vai nomontēts ritens? Nomontēts. Tātad ja mēs esam precīzi, tad ritens ir jānomontē. Es kā sieviete tomēr precizēju šīs lietas. Tā, izskatās, ka Ernests tūlīt jau ir gatavs. Ernest, nesatraucies, mierīgi. Vēl pāris metieni. Gandrīz bija iekšā. Ernest, vai tu esi gatavs mēģināt? Tā, labi, mēs esam gatavi. Mums ir arī atbalstītāji, mazi un lieli, bet mēs esam gatavi laika atskaitēji. 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Galvenais, Ernest, nesatraucies, mierīgi, un tad jau visas tās 3 grozi arī sakritīs iekšā. Jāsamata grozā ir 3 reizes. Ernests, jā, pirmā reize. Lūdzu, vēl 2. Gandrīz. Ernestam ir arī neliela atbalsta komanda. Tie gan nav Ernesta komandas biedri, bet citas komandas atbalsta vienu otru, jo šeit viss notiek tā draudzīgi un koleģiāli. Ernest, vēl tikai 2 reizes tev jātrāpa. Nesatraucies, mierīgi un... Jā, super! Mazliet ovācijas Ernestam, es domāju, jā, Ernest! Jā, redzējāt, uzreiz nostrādāja. Jā, skrūvis saliekam aplītī, instrumentu nākamajā aplītī, savukārt riepu lielajā aplītī. Jā, super, paldies, stop! Un Ernest, tavs laiks ir minūte 22 sekundes. Paldies tev liels par piedalīšanos. Es, protams, gribētu optimistiski teikt, ka varbūt tu vēl uzvarēsi, bet labākais laiks līdz šim ir 24 sekundes.
Šodien savs jau ir sasniegts.
Jā, labi, bet man viens jautājums vēl tomēr, neaizmūs. Kāds jums noskaņojums, kā jums komanda šobrīd daudz darba ir, vai kā tie komandas biedri uztaisīt to darbu, lieku kaut kādu vai nē, vai viss kā vajag notiek?
Strādājam. Vēl ir noteikti jāstrādā gan mājās, vēl gan trasē. Un tad jau rezultāts liecinās par pārējo.
Super! Paldies tev liels, ka atradi laiku, atnāc, piedalies un veiksmi jums. Atā! Nu tad mums ir gatavi arī, es teiktu, aktīvākie dalībnieki šajās sacensībās. Vai jūs esat gatavi? Jā, jau pirmais precīzais metiens esot iztērēts. Tā. Cienītais, kā jūs sauc?
Edgars Karlsons.
Jā, Edgar, tātad tu esi gatavs, jā?
Esmu gatavs, jā.
Vai tu esi iesildies, vai īstībā, es teikšu godīgi, izskatās jau, ka tu varbūt par daudz jau esi iesildies.
Silts esmu, jā.
Super. Tātad mums... Edgars, jā. Edgars kā pats. Edgars saka, Edgars jau ir silts. Un Edgars ir gatavs. Gatavs iemest 3, pagaidi, sekundi. Tātad 3, 2, 1, aiziet. Pirmais metiens, diemžēl garām. Otrais metiens, diemžēl arī garām. Bet varbūt trešais, jā, trešais metiens ir iekšā. Un ceturtais metiens, diemžēl, jā, piektais ir iekšā. Vēl viens metiens. Nu, uzmanies. Ai, cik žēl, ka bumba tomēr aizskrēja. Jā, super. Riepu nomontēt izskatās, ka Edgaram sanāk mazliet labāk nekā samest bumbu grozā. Jā, un vēl inžanti, jā, stop, paldies tev liels. Nu, bija labi, ne? Varēja labāk. Edgars domā, ka varēja labāk. Jā, es arī teiktu, ka varēja labāk. 38 sekundes. Bet nebija Edgar arī sliktākais. Jā. 38 sekundes. Nu, nav jau arī slikts rezultāts. Teiksim, kā ir. Labākais šī brīža laiks 24 sekundes. Bet es domāju, ka mēs Edgaram varam iedot cepurīti. Jā. Edgars jau ir nopelnījis šo brīnišķīgo skaisto cepuri. Edgar, lūdzu tev veicināšanas balvu, un es kā citiem dalībniekiem nesaku, ka tu esi zaudējis, jo varbūt, ka tu vinēsi. Jā, cepuri noteikti. Mēs esam gatavi arī nākamajiem dalībniekiem. Un nākamais dalībnieks ir Valdemārs Siliņš. Valdemār, tev patīk, man liekas, parunāt.
Jā?
Jā, man tāds priekšstats radās, nu, Valdemārs tāds runātīgs un tā. Nu, pastāst, kā tev sacensības vispār patīk?
Ļoti labi, ļoti labi.
Bija ļoti īsi un kodolīgi, mazliet plaši.
Atklāšana kā gan savādāk var būt. Džeki normāli sagatavojušies, brauc, dažas avārijas, nav tik labi, bet mums kā mehāniķiem bišķi mazāk darba, dažiem vairāk.
Kā jau parasti tā, vai ne?
Gonkas.
Un kā tev ar basketbolu uz tu vai jūs?
Veterāns.
Nu tad rādi, ko māki. Cerams, ka nesaslavēju sev par daudz. Labi, tātad mēs esam gatavi uzņemt laiku. Tu esi gatavs, Valdemār, jā? 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Ai, nu, vēl mazliet un gandrīz. Laikam jau tās kameras tomēr, vai tā saruna pirms tam patraucēja mazliet Valdemāram. Valdemār, mēs tomēr vēl liekam cerības uz tevi, ka būs tas pirmais grozs iekšā. Jā, ir. Viens ir, vēl 2. Gandrīz. Jā, otrs. Varbūt mazas ovācijas. Jā, 3 ir, super. Un vēl tikai jāizdara tāds sīkums, kā jānomontē viens ritenis. Vēl tikai nedaudz. Jāsaliek arī skrūves un jā, super, 1, 2, 3, jā, stop, paldies tev liels, paldies. Nu kā bija grūtāk nekā šķiet vai? Kas notika? Tu tā saslavēji?
Nevarēju, es nesaslavēju.
Aizkadrā tu teici, ka tu esi baigais profiņš. Kas notika? Es teikšu godīgi, man nelikās, ka tāds.
Salūza. Nervi, spriedze un viss ir neizturams. Tā gadās arī profesionāļiem.
Bet nākamreiz.
Jā.
Pagaid, man tev ir, jā, lūdzu.
Super, paldies.
Paldies tev par piedalīšanos.
Paldies, lūdzu.
Pagaid, laiku gribi zināt?
Nē.
Ja, lai arī tu negribi zināt savu laiku, 56 sekundes. Nu, nav jau arī slikti. Nu, vismaz pusstundu nemet.
Vai ne?
Jā. Paldies tev, jā. Nu, liekam cerības uz komandas biedriem. Jā, super. Tātad mēs liekam cerības uz Valdemāru komandas biedriem. Uzmanīgi. Jā. Es gan nemetīšu, jo es galīgi nemāku bumbu mest grozā. Tā, izskatās, ka tu arī jau tāds, jau iesildījies, ja? Jā, labi. Noskaņojums labs? Tu esi gatavs uzvarēt?
Jā, protams, jāmēģina tā kā izdarīt labāko, ko varu.
Kāda tev stratēģija, tur, lai būtu pirmais labāk?
Ātri izdarīt trāpīts, reiz pirmos 3, super ātri atskrūvēt un uzvarēt.
Bet tu redzēji, kā,
Viss, kas te notikās līdz šim, tā kā es lietas kursā, man ir gatavs mērķis, kas jāizdara, es centīšos savu labāko.
Tātad šī brīža labākais laiks ir 24 sekundes. Cik būs tev?
Man ir baigākā aizdoma, ka būs 25 sekundes. Es ceru, ka es mēģināšu iekļauties 24, kaut kur bišķi zem, bet man liekas, ka būs 25 tieši uzreiz aiz, kad ir tā kā tā skaistā zauda.
Es, protams, negribu neko teikt, bet nevajadzētu ar tādu domu sākt. Lai iet 23 sekundes.
Davai, uz to ejam.
Mēs ejam uz 23 sekundēm. Mēs ejam uz 23 sekundēm, mēs tūlīt sākam laika atskaiti. Tu esi gatavs, jā? 3, 2, 1, aiziet! 1, gandrīz. Jā, gandrīz arī otrs. Šim jābūt. Jā, pirmais ir vēl 2. Jā, oi, cik precīzi šis bija skaists. Uznīgi? Un, jā, nē, gandrīz, bet tomēr nē. Jā, paldies, super. Tomēr neizdevās tik ātri, varbūt kā bija cerēts. Tas pirmais posms, bet varbūt vēl var iedzīt otrajā posmā. Skrūvītes un ritens un laiks. Paldies! Super, paldies tev. Kā tev šķiet, cik bija?
36, nē, varbūt pat vairāk, varbūt pie 40.
Paskatīsimies. Tā, joku pēc.
Nē, zini, daudz. Oi,
neskaties.
Jā, to nerādām. Tas nav labi.
Šito izdzēsīsim. Labi, bet tas, ko tu esi vinnējis, ir cepurīti, protams. Paldies tev liels par piedalīšanos. Ko tu novēli dalībniekiem?
Precizitāte. Bez precizitātes te nebūs variantu.
Ātrumu
precizitāte. Starp citu, nākamais metējs ir no Gulbens buku spēlētājiem. Savulaik ļoti labs rādītājs uzrādījis. Tā kā es domāju, ka mūsu komandai vēl ir iespējas. Es darīju, ko varēju, bet mēs ceram uz mūsu pēdējo iespēju. Tā kā es došu savas labās domas, jā, lai...
Bet arī ovācijas. Mazliet vajag tos sajūtas.
Ovācijas neiztrūkst.
Būs, jā? Labi, es turu pie vārdu. Labi, mēs esam gatavi. Es domāju, ka varētu pamēģināt. Kāpēc gan ne? Jā, to mēs pēc tam, jo mums ir arī kādi mazi spēlēt gribētāji. Mēs pēc tam nolaidīsim grozu zemāk, un lai arī mazākie, jā, tie, kur grib pamēģināt, lai var to izdarīt. Bet sākumā mums gan jātiek galā ar šiem puišiem. Pēc tam, labi, mēs tagad pabeigsim šo, un tad pēc tam mēs ar tevi sarunāsim. Tā, mēs esam gatavi.
Ginters Bentons.
Ginters, manuprāt, ir mūsu pametis. Ginters teica, ka viņš... Kaspar, vai tas esi tu? Jā, mums ir tātad... Komandas biedri, es teikšu, ka liek lielas cerības uz tevi.
Tā redzu, jā.
Milzīgi atbildīgi.
Jā, es jūtu spriedzi.
Bet vai tu esi gatavs uzvarēt?
Viennozīmīgi.
Tu zini, kāds ir šī brīža labākais laiks?
4 sekundes.
Tu visu zini, ko es te vispār daru? Jā, brīnišķīgi. To es saprotu. Labi, tā. Komandas biedri, vai jūs arī esat gatavi? Jā. Komandas biedri ir gatavi atbalstīt. Mēs esam gatavi sākt. 3, 2, 1, aiziet! Oi, pirmais metiens, diemžēl, bet garām. Otrais metiens tomēr arī garām un trešais metiens arī garām. Jā, bet ceturtais ir iekšā vēl tikai 2 metieni. Gandrīz. Mēs ticam. Jā, vēl viens. Ovāciju lūdzu. Es domāju, ka jā. Tomēr visi 3. Un pēdējais posms. Jānomontē. Kur ir jūsu ovācijas? Jā, ar komandas atbalstu tu tomēr, un kā kārtīgam mehāniķim rokas, jā. Šīs ir mehāniķa rokas, šīs nav mehāniķa rokas. Jā, nu kā bija?
Ai. Vajadzēja precīzāk, bet, nākamreiz, ja būs.
Jā, būs noteikti būs, bet, vai tu tomēr vari tā objektīvi izvērtēt, ko varēja izdarīt labāk?
Mēs precīzāk.
Jā, bet varbūt ātrāk, dinamiskāk.
Skrūvēšana, bišķi piekliboja metienu, bet neko mēs augsim un nākotnē viss būs kārtībā.
Tā teikt, lai ir kur augt.
Tieši tā, nevar uzreiz uzstādīt augšā kaut
Vai ne? Jā, tieši tā.
Ja tu esi augšā, tev vienīgā vieta ir uz leju krist, tāpēc man joprojām ir kur augt tikai.
Vot, precīzi teiks. Bet aiziesim, pastīsimies, kāds rezultāts, labi? Mums vajadzīgs tas noslēdzošais rezultāts ir, jā?
Tātad. 44 sekundes.
Jā, tavs ir. Jā, gandrīz. Labi.
Nākošais gads labāk.
Jā, viss kārtībā.
Nākošais gads tiekamies šī pašā vietā, šī pašā laikā.
Jāslīcina.
Jā, vai ne? Bet, protams, jā.
Jau uz kopējā skatās, tas ir ļoti labs rezultāts patiesībā.
Zaudētāja taktika. Skatāmies uz labāko, man ir tik slikti.
Tieši tā.
Redz, cik tas tomēr viss ir vienkārši. Bet,
sports ir sacensība. Visu laiku ir jābūt priekšā. Ja nav, tad ir slikti. Šito es nesāšu katru dienu tagad.
Jā.
Bet nenonāsā.
Kā var nenonāsāt, katru dienu nesājot.
Arī fakts, jā. Bet, Klau, ko tu novēlētu no sacensību dalībniekiem? Šobrīd 6 stundu izturības brauciens.
Nobraukt nevarēt. Skatītājiem patīk avārijas, bet braucējiem gan jau kā nē. Tagad, lai viss izdodas.
Mehāniķiem noteikti arī tā nepārāk.
Jā, mehāniķiem daudz darba, bet viņiem maksā algu par to. Tā kā, ja nebūs avārijas, nebūs nekas, mehāniķiem darba nebūs. Tā kā priekš, kam viņi vajadzīgi, tā kā, varbūt var bišķi pabakstīties kaut kur.
Lai viss tādā līdzsvarā tomēr, vai ne?
Viņiem labi, mehāniķiem labi, visiem labi, skatītājiem labi.
Jā, super. Paldies tev liels, ka atradi laiku piedalīties. Nākamgad noteikti nāks vēl, ja?
Viennozīmīgi.
Jā, super, lai tev forši atlikusī diena. Tātad mēs esam šķiet, ka finišējuši, vai mums ir vēl kādi dalībnieki? Mehāniķi? Mēs esam beiguši, jā, bet mums ir mehāniķi, kas piedalās. Jā, tā kā mehāniķi visi ir startējuši, un es vēlreiz atgādināšu, ka pirms mēs vēl sākām filmēšanu, piedalījās pāris mehāniķi, kuriem, diemžēl, bet bija jāskrien atpakaļ darbos. Bet mēs esam fiksējuši rezultātus, un man jau ir tāda klusa nojausma, ka viens no tiem rezultātiem jau bija ļoti, ļoti labs, bet mums ir jānoskaidro no DeWALT pārstāvja, vai izdevās kādam pārspēt šo te rezultātu, un kāds tad ir tas kopvērtējums, bet īstenībā vispār kā izdevās šīs sacensības mehāniķiem? Man liekas, ka bija feini.
Manuprāt, ļoti jaudīgi un forši bija. Arī iepriekšējos gados bija gana jaudīgi, un šogad nekas nav mainījies. Mehāniķi ir tiešām, maleči. Grib nāk un piedalās, un ir tiešām patīkami redzēt tādu aktivitāti.
Jā, es tev absolūti piekrītu. Bet kā tad mums ir tie rezultāti? Lai viss godīgi, mēs varam palūgt operatoram, jā, mēs tad piefiksējam komandu nosaukumus, vārdus, uzvārdus, un lūk, šeit ir redzami visi laiki. Es domāju, ka tur jau izkristalizējās, kas...
Jā. Es domāju, ka igauņu komandas Krauman pārstāvi Artūru Āsu šoreiz nav pārspējis neviens.
Jā, tik tiešām Krauman komandas pārstāvis, komandas mehāniķis, komanda no Igaunijas Artūru Ās ar 24 sekundēm uzvar šajās mehāniķu sacensībās, jo viņš bija tik precīzs un tik ātrs, ka nevienam neizdevās pārspēt. Tā kā mēs apsveicam Artūru no Krauman komandas, mēs noteikti nogādāsim balvu. Jā, vēl notiek aktivitātes ar bumbu, tā kā mūs te mazliet patraucē. Mēs noteikti nogādāsim iegūto balvu un teikšu lielu paldies visiem, kuri šobrīd mūs skatījās, kuri ir kopā ar mums, kuri ir šeit uz vietas Biķerniekos. Turpin norisināties 6 stundu izturības brauciens. Mēs šobrīd dosim vārdu Oskaram un Artūram, lai mazliet pastāsta, kāda tad ir aktivitāte šobrīd trasē. Un es no jums atvados, mēs noteikti tiksimies nākamgad šajās pašās sacensībās.
And welcome back again, and we have another drama in the picture. Car number 7, Ignacio Mantas in ES Motorsport Porsche has spun into turn 2. And meanwhile, during this mechanics competition, number 7 has lost their second place to number 115. Toni Virtanen was able to overtake Ignacio Mantas on the track, and there is another big news concerning the leader. Car number 92 was given a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty for speeding under full course yellow. So it's a very, very heavy punishment. But of course, speeding under full course yellow is a very serious breach as well. So in the end, it means that their advantage over second placed car number 115, this one in the picture, is now just 1 lap. And Jaroslagilis is a little bit faster than Toni Virtanen in 1:15, but maybe by 1.5–2 seconds, no more. So the gap between them is currently just 1 lap, and it was 3 laps about an hour ago. Then Douglas, when he went out of the pits, made a spin just 100 meters out on the track, lost there about 1 lap. Then with that stop and go penalty, another lap was gone, and as it stands, Black Rose Racing Volkswagen is just 1 lap behind the leader, number 92 Porsche, and Porsche is now done. Number 92 has done their second pit stop, and Andrius Limas is back at the wheel once again. He was the man who drove excellent opening stint, and he was also the one who put the car on the pole yesterday. Also, Dagelis also did some laps and was almost as fast as Slimas, so no big difference there. But now Slimas is back at the wheel, and he's definitely the most consistent and the fastest driver in that car. Let's see what happens next. Those two cars are now on the same lap, but of course 1:15 is almost 1 full lap behind. But definitely they are in contention for the overall win, because if number 92 hits another problem, be it technical, be it spin, be it some kind of penalty, 1:15 may take the overall win here. No doubt about it. Concerning next positions, number 7 Porsche ES Motorsport is still 3rd. Number 20 Peugeot is back in 4th in front of number 4 Porsche once again, and there is now a gap of 4 laps between them. Number 55 Audi is in 6th after very lengthy pit stop. Number 11 BMW is 7th, and number 10 Honda is 8th, as they were. And number 34 ALM Honda, which retired after just one full lap. Is the only car not competing on the track anymore. They are retired because of fire under the bonnet. So Andreas Limas, we wandered a little bit, and there are yellow flags out on the main straight. 2 yellow flags, and it means a serious danger, whatever it is. And wherever it is, we haven't seen it. Meanwhile, 115 has entered the pits. Here they are. Not much to be seen here. Just Colt GTI TCR, that is their car. And they have had excellent run. These were gaps 1 lap ago, and really first 2 were almost simultaneously over the line. Just 0.6 seconds behind between them. Very good, very fast pit stop by 115 Black Rose Racing, the Finnish team. But a big change for this year. Only 2 mechanics can work on the car, as I told, during the last pit stop cycle, and now refueling in the pit boxes. And Black Rose Racing is dropping to 3rd, I guess, but number 7 Porsche has not done their regular pit stop yet, so perhaps there will be double blaze swapping. Good pit stop for 115, and they are still in contention for overall win. Maybe not by their speed, but if drivers of number 92 Porsche will make the same mistakes as we have seen, then everything is possible. Almost 3 hours are still to go, and we are more or less at half-time. Yes, 2 minutes 47.5 minutes has passed since the start, and exactly the same time is still to go. So in few minutes we will have another interview. Stay with us. We will talk with you just in few minutes.